Alright, it is 8 o'clock, let's stand, do the pledge of allegiance. We'll call the meeting to order. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Any public discussion today? Morris, Craig?
Yes, I have a few questions.
Okay.
I noticed in the,
Could you come up to the podium so we can hear you at all, or, and just state your
Alright.
name?
Where would you like me?
Right here.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Pressure spot.
Yeah.
I saw the minutes and the proceedings from the January 7th meeting. And I noticed you had paid some claims for Goodwin Law Firm. Drain 4 lat 2 was over 5,000, drain 4 lat 11 was over 5. And there were some smaller ones there. What were the payments for?
Well, those would have been for attorney fees for lawsuits that.
What did they pertain to? Is anything itemized on those bills?
The actual invoices we would have in the auditor's office, so if you wanted to get those from March, you can definitely
Correct.
provide them.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're for pending litigation that we have primarily all with the same individual.
How far is this going to go? How
Um,
far, how much has been paid up till now to the law firm of Goodwin?
Well,
Have to total that up.
just in one stretch here is almost 50,000.
That was only
This
in a-
would have been prior to those figures,
That was only in a couple months.
yeah.
You're the trustees of this districts. What are you doing?
Well, one case in
Can't-
particular, we defended all the way to the Supreme Court and won.
I'm talking about these cases right here.
And I'm not sure exactly which, you'd have to correlate the bills to the lawsuits and stuff to get those. To get which bill goes to which lawsuit.
I understand that, I understand that.
He's wondering how we can stop the lawsuits from happening and costing the drainage district money.
Costing the drainage district money.
And that's,
If it's over 50,000 already, the county attorney's salary is what? 111 or 12? You paid $50,000 for another attorney for these drainage issues.
well, these are drainage issues and our county attorney doesn't handle the drainage issues for those items, but
Yeah.
So we end up paying for them.
correct.
Mhm.
So we have nothing to say, so what are you going to do about it?
I don't know what we.
Is this just ongoing and ongoing?
I don't know what we can do to stop someone from beginning litigation against the drainage district. That's,
If you're on this side of the podium, you would think like I do. To pay for something you have no control over, and depending on someone else to take care of it for you.
To the same token, I don't feel a whole lot better than you do because we're having to take care of it and I don't know that we can stop it either.
You feel it the most when you pay for it.
Right. But I mean, I know Roger and I have both answered a lot of questions from our attorney to explain the situation. We've had to have, one in particular, we've had televising crew televise a whole section of tile for a claim that there was a 36-inch tile that was buried. That video footage proved that there's nothing there and we still got a lawsuit. So we have to have the televising company testify that there's no tile there. Like, I mean, we're beyond arguing on facts and that's difficult to rationalize.
I can understand it. where are we going and when will this stop? Or come to a conclusion? Any ideas?
Well,
So are you
it depends
getting a
on
bill
the-
every month from him?
As the services are used, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say depending on their billing, yeah.
I know Morris, I don't know what to do.
Well,
Larry.
and the one you referenced that was over five, well, there's two that are over 5,000 on that set of claims. The one that's closer to 6,000 is the one that I said, we already spent money televising the tile, we proved that there's
That's on
nothing
line
there.
4.
That's on drain 4, lat 11. And that's $5,945.50.
That's great.
And, we already spent money to televise it, we have the video footage here in the courthouse, and we still got a lawsuit over it. So, I don't know what else you can really do about stuff like that.
This started in 2016.
That project for lot 2 and 4,
And before that, this is when it was
yeah.
completed and has been certified by the engineer with McClure. Any retribution from McClure?
Not without starting a lawsuit of our own. I wish I had a better answer for you.
I'd like just an answer. It doesn't do any good just to keep going around the bush. I mean, if you could get some of these figures and have an idea where you're going, I would appreciate that.
So, when we get back to McClure's part of this, I mean, they've provided documentation of what they sent to the county, that the assessment was based off of the construction, engineering, those costs that they knew, but they didn't figure interest, and we didn't either. So that's where the assessment was off, and that's what we dealt with the last couple of years. But these legal fees are completely on top and separate from that.
Not figuring those assessments, that wasn't out of the ordinary, though, was it? To have interest?
No,
No.
shouldn't have been,
No, it should not have been.
no.
And
And we are changing our process to ensure that that doesn't happen again. I mean, I was just out of high school when that project was done, so.
and so, nothing.
Well,
Well, the issue is if you get a lawsuit, it costs money to be able to defend yourself against that lawsuit, and the only way to not have to pay for that is for no lawsuits, but that's out of our control too, so we're, stuck having to assess a bill for legal fees that are out of our control, essentially, and we're, paying an attorney to fight those, to put a stop to additional fees. So, I mean, at this point, we're working to do what we can, but we can't stop the fees from happening because of just how things work these days. You get sued, you have to pay to defend yourself.
We
that
probably
would be-
wouldn't have these lawsuits or whatever if there wouldn't have been a problem in the first place.
For some of them, that's a potential, but like drain 4, lat 11, like I already said.
some of them you're just ignoring facts.
Yeah, the facts are thrown out the window a long time before the lawsuit happened. I mean, the initial repair request that was turned in was saying that a 1-inch coefficient was destroyed on a tile system that's been there over 100 years. I mean, you know as well as
I
I
know
do,
that's not
there's no projects in this county for tiles that had a 1-inch coefficient 100 years ago. The new projects we're building now are half, sometimes 3/4, and we have the second project in the entire county that's in the works of being built now with a 1-inch coefficient.
I was here when you let those bids.
Yeah, but I mean,
I think that
that's,
just makes common sense.
yep, but at the same token, I mean, that instance in particular, the claim was that we destroyed a 1-inch coefficient that never was there, and now we have a lawsuit to defend that we didn't do anything wrong. So, I mean, there's a fair bit of the situation here that's just outside of all reason, and
Are these lawsuits all connected with the drains and the lot? They're all on 4.
the invoices are connected with whichever drain the case is associated with, so yes, they are separated out.
Because I'm interested in drain 4 lot 2,
Yep,
naturally.
yep,
And like I said, that started back in 14 first, and was completed in 16.
mhm,
That's a long time.
it is,
And not to have that quote mistake found out to when, 23?
yeah.
There's nothing more I can say.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I have anything else that I could say to explain it or make it feel any better. I mean, it was on our books for far too long, it shouldn't have happened, and I can't turn back the clock and fix it, but we are trying to fix it going
You
forward.
could pay some of the bill.
The county and the drainage district are two separate legal entities. And so they don't have an obligation to one another.
You now hire the Goodwin Law Firm along with Mr. Hudson, right?
Yep, Goodwin does anything with litigation, Hudson does any
Advice.
general drainage questions or
Looks in the
advice,
book.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Marcy.
Thanks for your time.
Yep. Okay, anything else for public discussion? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda and minutes of the previous meeting. This will be dated January 21st, 2025.
So
We got a motion by Stecker, second by Haas. Any discussion on the agenda and minutes?
and Amber did pop in there, I
Oh,
think
okay.
just as we were in public discussion or maybe a little before. Can you hear us alright, Amber? Everything good on your side?
Yep, I can hear you real good.
Perfect, just
Okay.
wanna double check that, so.
Okay, if no further discussion, all in favor of approving the agenda and minutes, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimous. Okay, next up, we got an update from Dan with Veterans Affairs. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. I sent out that information on Friday, hopefully y'all received that. Snapshot from my department for the month of December, a couple of the monthly metrics, 21 phone calls, 72 messages, and 20 walk-ins and 15 appointments. We did do a veterans transport, and as far as VA forms submitted and completed was 94. I'm still tracking at that time 1,241 system records. Currently had at that point 36 claims in the system, 15 awaiting decision, still working on 15 under development. I have 1 supplemental claim in appeals, and we were able to get a couple veterans enrolled in VA healthcare. Training for the month, did complete a veterans benefit briefing on the 19th, and then of course I completed all of my annual HIPAA and PII training and rules of behavior for employee certification with VA. That all got completed. My outreach for the month of December, I didn't have anything scheduled other than some initial coordination with the mobile medical unit coming in March. That'll be March 3rd. Just a snapshot for some of the benefits received for the month of December. Completed claims with a decision. The monthly awards were right just a little bit shy of $9,500. Retro benefits, that's money due retroactive to some of the claimants, a little over $35,000. And then of course year to date, 51,000, 35.55, and then retro benefits in the amount of 193,863. The rest of the information you can see there on some of the other benefits regarding survivor pension, compensation, and burial. I wanted to also make sure that I got the calendar year metrics for the department for the entire year. That's that second page for you there. That's just a brief general synopsis. Didn't know if you had any questions on any of that, if you had an opportunity to review that. Those are kind of the major benchmarks that I was able to accomplish over the last calendar year for you. And I will continue to keep you updated on that. I think one of the things that I'll do in terms of veterans records is I'll break out the active versus the inactive to give a better snapshot of the active case management, and I gotta go through that a little bit, because some of those records that are indicated, the veteran and their spouse are both deceased, but I maintain the record as a historical data in the database. With that also, I provided a handout, kind of a synopsis that I had received from the Iowa Department of Veterans Affairs and some of the things that they do, so you have an idea there. Currently working with possibly one veteran being enrolled at the Iowa Veterans Home. Now, for a while we had two there. I lost one of our veterans here a couple months back, so we do have one county veteran at the Veterans Home currently, and we may have another one soon to enroll. Last Tuesday was down at Vets Day at the Capitol, kind of a cold, chilly Tuesday. Did sit in on some committee meetings as well as the overall presentation by IDVA. Couple of things that are proposed that I just wanted to make you aware of. One was a proposed state tax break for disabled veterans based upon their disability rating from 10 to 90%. So that proposal essentially would equate to, if you had a veteran, if this were to go through, they're rated 50% disabled, they could in turn, in theory, with this proposal, get a 50% reduction on their property tax. Very similar to the veterans that are currently rated at 100%, whereas in the domicile in which they live, they don't pay any taxes on that property. So that's one proposal. Another proposal was the expansion of veterans treatment court, whereas criminal cases against veterans may be resolved either through a substance abuse program or mental health treatment. So they're looking at that as well. And then the third proposal by the governor was to add $500,000 to state grant monies to veterans who are using that grant program to purchase their initial home. That usually, if that gets approved, that's a $5,000 stipend for the veteran that can be used towards a down payment on the home or closing costs. So the governor's looking at plussing up that amount by $500,000. And continuing to work some stuff with the PACT Act. They recently came out with some more contentions and conditions that I've got to take a look at. One of those is multiple myeloma type skin cancers, there's bladder cancers, there's urinary cancers. So I have to kind of dig into that. These are all in addition to the current PACT Act guidance that came out before. So that list continues to get bigger, unfortunately. I don't know how that's gonna look with some of the changes in VA that they're proposing, and I know that the Commander-in-Chief has ordered, federal employees back to work, so hopefully that will speed up on the claim side and the benefit side in which I work, you know, getting more things done in a more timely manner, so. Subject to your questions, that's all I have.
Thank
Okay.
you. Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Dan.
Yep, have a good day. Alright, up to safety committee minutes, everyone have a chance to look at those in your packet? Along with the wellness minutes, both of those. Any questions on either of them? If not, let the record reflect we acknowledge both of those. We have discussion decision to approve quarterly reports for auditor, recorder, sheriff, and veterans affairs. I need a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Stecker,
I'll second.
second by Garmin. Any questions on the quarterly reports? And if not, all in favor of approving them, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimous. Okay. Do I need to sign them? Okay.
It's like 3 spots.
Okay, I'll sign them in a minute here. Okay, next is discussion decision approval of the liquor license address change for Bottom of the Cup. And looks like you were right, Howard, it is a different address. And,
So,
yep,
Yeah,
that's changed on the application here. So all, or I need a motion to approve that address change.
So moved.
Motion by Stecker,
I'll second.
second by Wactor, to approve the address change for Bottom of the Cup LLC. Any discussion on that motion? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimous. Discussion decision to approve the stipulation of bargaining unit as amended from the Kossuth County Sheriff's Office. And for information, this was presented to the board here. It says pursuant to a petition for amendment of a bargaining unit filed by Wesley Gibbs and subject to approval of the Employment Appeal Board, the undersigned parties agree that the following constitutes an appropriate bargaining unit for the purposes of collective bargaining within the meaning of Iowa Code Section 20.13. And this includes all sworn full-time deputy sheriffs of Kossuth County with the rank of deputy and excludes other employees of that office. Also, this is for only the deputies. So we are needing a motion to approve this stipulation of bargaining unit as amended.
Roger, do you know if anyone's coming in for this?
no, I'm not aware of it.
Okay, do you have anything that
I'm
you,
assuming you got the notification that I saw it on the agenda is why I come over here, so.
yep, anything you needed to say for it?
No,
Okay, does everyone understand?
I know,
Okay, this is for collective bargaining, so they're forming
I
a union.
understand that.
Yep, so this is just to,
Didn't we acknowledge that once already?
I think we've
we had a heads up that it was coming.
acknowledged it in discussion, but not in a formal action.
Okay.
Yep,
Just for history, Howard, the sheriff's office employees, including the jail staff, were under a union called Communication Workers of America, and they allowed that to dissolve. You guys remember the date, I think it was back in 22 or 23? I don't remember when it dissolved, but they allowed it to dissolve.
The whole union dissolved, or they dissolved their association with
They
it?
dissolved the association with CWA, and since then, they've decided to go with Fraternal Order of Police, FOP, and it's just the deputy staffs, not the jailers at this time. So it involves, 9 certified deputies, I believe.
Do we know when this is gonna be effective, or if they're gonna have any representation?
Last I heard is they had to wait for that Iowa Appeal Board to approve it, and I have no idea how long that takes.
Okay.
okay,
Carter, did it happen to say in your email if there's a time frame or?
no,
In the stuff I had received prior to the end of the calendar year, I hadn't seen any date or anything of that nature, so.
no. Yeah. No, I don't think I have anything else either, so, no, I don't have a date. For
And
anything,
I briefly spoke to the gentleman on the phone, cause he was wanting an email address, and that's what he told me, is they're just waiting for this appeal board to approve it.
Okay,
okay, so. Do we, well, we're gonna need to find that out so we can know if that's even something
yeah,
that we
I
can
mean,
complete in this budget cycle. I mean,
Yeah,
we gotta get moving on that if they're gonna do it.
we're at the end of
So-
January already, we need something pretty quick if it's gonna be used this year at all. I mean, we can talk on that when we get to your budget and stuff too, but we don't have a lot of time here.
What are you looking forward to, anything?
Motion to
Well,
approve the stipulation.
motion to approve the stipulation, yeah.
Basically, we're officially saying we know that they've joined the union and they're gonna be the bargaining unit.
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I'll make the motion,
Yep.
I'm not sure how you wanna phrase it.
Well, it'll be a motion to approve the stipulation of the bargaining unit as amended for Kossuth County Sheriff's Office.
deputies.
Sheriff's Office deputies, yeah, we can put that at the end here.
Yeah,
So,
I'll second
we
it.
got a motion by Haas and a second by Stecker. Any other questions on the bargaining unit stipulation?
What's the limiting time factor?
We have to publish notice for the budget and send out notices, I think, in the beginning of March.
Right.
So, I mean, we have.
So we can
what-
recognize it, but they gotta get it done by that timeline, otherwise,
We would have to have all discussions and negotiation and all that done by the end of February.
Before
or
publishing.
Or we have to make a decision before then.
correct, yep, yep,
Right.
so,
So, and I don't know if we just put a note of that in the minutes that for budgeting purposes, we need stuff, or if we make sure that someone communicates with them or whatever, but, I mean, we just can't wait forever. There's
right,
really no way around that.
maybe could you make a note to send an email to Deputy Gibbs or I assume he's kind of the one in charge here of that, and just informing him to get on the ball. I don't know if they're gonna do it, but
Amber, did you have something?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I think there's a lag, so Carter, I'm sorry, I thought you were done talking.
nope, you're good.
Who do we use for Kossuth County for our side of it? Do we use Renee Von Bokern?
We have with the
Still?
road department, yep,
Yeah.
Okay, alright, I was just wondering.
And that would probably be another person that we need to contact and make sure she's aware of that.
So you need a deadline or date?
well, our deadline to have everything wrapped up by is end of February.
Yeah. And we could use Renee, or, we use Allers and Cooney for, attorney stuff, and they also do bargaining things. We haven't used them for that yet, but I'm just saying that's kind of the two options that we would have on the table. So I don't know if anyone's got.
Yeah.
Ask Deputy Gibbs or just inform him that made the decision today and the deadline for getting all of the discussion and bargaining done is end of February. Just so he's aware and can do with it as he desires, I guess. Or as they
And
desire.
if they don't, it just wouldn't be effective till next year.
Correct, so. Yep. Okay, I think we still got a motion on the floor by Haas and second by Stecker. Any other discussion on the bargaining unit stipulation? If not, all in favor of approving, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimous. Okay, we are up to Doug and construction right away, so Josh, if you could give him a call, please.
Hey Doug, it's Josh up here in the boardroom. We are up to construction.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I don't see anything for an engineer folder, so.
No.
Guessing we don't have any for-
I would probably know right away. Good morning, Doug.
Good morning.
We are up to right away. I didn't see anything in the packet, but,
There is no request for construction of the road right away today.
okay, anything you'd like to discuss then?
Our office, we continue to work with FEMA, getting, last year's work entered in so we can get some, reimbursements for that. Did receive a resignation from, Adam Miller this morning, in our office. Adam, he has almost 17 years of experience. Did a lot of construction design, construction inspection, construction survey, land surveying. So, we will have to start advertising for that position, get a replacement. You may have heard Ragbri is gonna have overnight in Esterville and Forest City, so that means they will probably, I'm assuming, come through Kossuth County with their bike ride. I have not been contacted by anybody from Ragbri at this time, so I have no idea if that is the truth or which roads they'll be using. I'm working on my program right now. I have one resurfacing project next year, the Bancroft Forest City Road, a portion of that, for federal funds, and using TIF money, I can do 3 more miles. Does the board have any estimate of what kind of funding revenue would be available using TIF? Like I say, I'm doing a program for the next fiscal year, the accomplishment year, and without any kind of an estimate of revenue, I will not be able to put down construction projects, so.
I thought we told you to use what was in the capital projects fund when we talked last time.
That'll allow me to do 3 miles of resurfacing, so.
That's what we have available right now.
Okay, well, that's fine. Do you guys wanna start talking about roads that, for example, we have a mile of pavement on the county line? Do you wanna start talking about reducing some expenditures? We can certainly do that. If the board is not going to start, maintaining the roadway, we need to start putting it back into gravel roads, closing bridges, things like that. 1.4 million just doesn't go very far. We got a bridge right north of Sexton, had a local letting, $650,000. So, one or the other, if you wanna have projects, we gotta have some sort of an estimate of revenue, $1.4 million, yeah. This sounds like an awful lot of money, but when you start talking about a project, it takes half of that money away. And the amount of projects that need to be done. I mean, we had $50 million in projects estimated for the TIF.
Well, we can't do them all at the same time, or we're gonna hit the same issue in 20, 25, 50 years, whatever the lifespan of those projects are, and they all get done at the same time too, so.
I'm not talking about doing them all at the same time, but if you wanna do it, and Howard brought it up last week during our budget discussions. Are we going to be just kicking that can down the road? I don't know. I don't know what 20 years is gonna bring. But the fact of the matter is, we're at today. And I thought there was a tool for getting revenue. And if there is a tool for getting revenue to use for construction projects, the projects need to be in a program so that they can be let, so that they can be paid for. And if we don't have any revenue to pay for them, what's the use in doing it? Let's go to the next problem. Then we need to start reducing expenditures. So, do you want me to put together a list of roads that we should abandon? Roads that we should turn back to gravel? Bridges that should be closed? I need some guidance from the board.
Doug, is the Bancroft Forest City Road project you're talking about, is that in the upcoming budget year, is that what?
That'll be in the accomplishment year.
Their accomplishment year?
Yes.
And maybe I'm off, but did we have the Irvington Blacktop and the Hannah Road and was that in the same accomplishment year, or is that?
No, that was,
Cause I was thinking that was this year, wasn't it? Or-
that's in this year.
Well, that's in this
The
accomplishment.
fiscal year
Oh,
that
okay.
we are in right now.
Oh, okay,
I'm working on
the
fiscal
following,
year 26,
Yep.
fiscal year 27, fiscal year 28, fiscal year 29, fiscal year 30.
so this would not be constructed until fiscal year 26 then, is it correct?
It'll be let in fiscal year 26. It may be, it'll be constructed in calendar year 26.
As far as the TIF revenue is concerned, that would be applied first to, or that would be the first line of projects then that the TIF could be applied to? Is that kinda what we're getting after here?
That is correct.
I mean, cause we're looking at what, 600 and, or 500 and,
We have a bridge that is designed, right away has been purchased. However, the board instructed me to see what the status of a grant application for bundled projects would be.
mhm,
I'm referring to Michelson Marsh,
right,
where we could let that bridge, and that would be $1.4 million. But, like I say, the board, we talked about that, last fall.
right,
There may be a grant. There are a lot of questions that are going on right now with our current administration. There's been executive orders signed to eliminate, the way I understand it, eliminate some of those programs that were in that legislation, the last legislation for road spending. Whether that applies to them or not, I'm not sure. I made a couple phone calls this morning, trying to figure that out. And if that if those grants are no longer available, then, we will have to use our TIF money, or again, start. Well,
I understand
one
where
of
you're
two
going, but yeah,
situations, we either
Yep.
improve our system or we allow our system to continue to deteriorate.
Is there a source of revenue out there? I mean, just that we can say, we wanna spend $3 million more, is there a place to get it?
Well, the TIF money, you can get a loan and have the TIF money pay that back.
So.
Otherwise, there's not a revenue source that I'm, property
So it all-
taxes
so it all comes-
limited.
It all comes down to whether or not you wanna get a loan and spend future money that may or may not come in, is that correct?
I think that it's pretty guaranteed that it's gonna be coming in.
Okay.
So that is one of the options, and that's what we discussed when we did the TIF and when we did the internal loan for $1 million. We wanted to keep it at a reasonable level so that we were kind of only projecting a year or two into the future for revenue. We weren't borrowing 10 years at a time. We were just borrowing on the front end so that we can see how the money actually comes in, and as we build a history, we can, adjust accordingly. We can borrow more money, we can do that as we see the revenues coming in. But yeah, I mean, we have the expected numbers of what's coming in for this year, which was a little bit lower than the estimates that we had looked at, but it's within reason.
And what are those estimates? Are you using from Northland Financial?
Yeah. But I think that figured all three of the projects being on for this cycle, and one of them is not yet, so I think the timeline of that lead yard project was skewing those numbers a little bit, so. I mean, otherwise I think the rest were pretty close, but we haven't had any conversation about borrowing any more money from the TIF at this point. We just did $1 million loan last year from Earl, and we had kinda talked that we weren't gonna do any more until we saw the money coming in, so,
that was the idea last fall.
yeah. I mean, that's
Well-
open for just, go ahead, Amber.
The only way for us to get additional money is to do an internal loan for further funds, right?
No, we could go to the bond market, but the bond market typically is, you typically want a higher dollar figure to get a better interest rate.
Correct.
So that's why we were trying to do as much in-house as we could, and then, we can collect the interest ourselves, but then anything kind of more substantial outside of our internal capacities, we would need to go to bond market.
Right, because we don't have any more in the rural basic fund to give, or to
No,
loan ourselves. We don't, not without hurting that fund balance if we can't.
not until we get money coming back in, which
Right.
it should this fall.
Right.
And that's what that's what the conversation was designed around, is once we have funds coming back in, then could potentially be reloaned again or whatever, but we were gonna do that for a starting point and adjust from there as money came in.
Yep.
So is Doug asking us if we want, sorry if I'm not understanding, is Doug asking if we're gonna give more than the 1.4 million, Doug?
I am, yes, cause in order to maintain our system as it is, we need more funding. And, again, if we're not gonna fund it, then we gotta have some serious discussions about bridges and paved roads, and, if we want to, put some sort of priority system on them, which ones to maintain and which ones not to maintain.
Oh,
A year ago, I went to the board, with discussions of the board, we took all the bridges that were on gravel roads, we took them out of our program a year ago. In May, we had a flood, and one of the bridges that were programmed was washed out, one of the culverts. Now, we replaced it. Came out of additional funds in the road department. Now, the next, I've always said, we can do that, we can continue to only program structures on paved roads. But there's gonna be a time where we'll have a bridge that fails on a gravel road. And somebody's gonna have to tell the people that use that road that, I'm sorry, but we are not able to maintain that. And I don't want the blame put on the Kossuth County Engineer's Office. I'm asking you right now, if you wanna change anything, I'll just continue to only program paved roads. But there'll be a time where that timber structure will be overloaded. And if you're looking at replacing it with a long-term structure, we just let one, it was a $650,000 project.
So you're coming across as it's you against us, the engineers against the supervisors.
No, I'm not,
But
but I need to,
there's no magical source of revenue, as I understand it.
money does not grow on trees.
Short term, we could borrow from the future to take care of today, but that won't do anything for the future unless something drastic changes somewhere. Is that correct? As far as funding from the state or whatever? The revenue is not enough to keep up with expenses. Correct?
Right now, and I will be correct,
So, I mean, sitting here in my seat, I don't see, I know it won't be popular, but I don't see many alternatives if, again, it's not engineers versus supervisors, it's Kossuth County against the world as we know it, and there's just not enough money, is what you're saying, or I think we can all agree with that, there's not enough money. So-
Well, but I did put together a list of projects for that TIF money to be used on. And some of those projects are located on gravel roads. There's pavements also to be maintained, and if you wanna program those projects, we need to know that there's revenue available for them. We gotta be fiscally constrained, we can't program more dollars than what we ever will receive.
I think to Howard's point, where we're at now, we did not have TIF before, and being we borrowed $1 million of TIF to use towards projects, and that's still not enough to keep up. So then we're borrowing more future dollars, well then where does that put us next year? And you're kind of still in the same cycle if we're still dealing with the same amount of numbers in the foundation. I mean, at some point, that cycle's gotta run out, and
It's not sustainable.
Well,
Or it's not
helps me
sustainable.
direction.
I guess,
But-
I don't know that this is the time to go into a full budget conversation. I mean, we have budget workshops and stuff later on, we have some that are specifically scheduled, 2 of them are sitting here, but, well, 3 kind of. But, at the same token, there are certain expenditures that are much higher than normal. And if we wanna have a conversation about reducing expenditures, I don't think reducing it from construction projects is the place we should be doing it, but that's where our budget is proposed at, to some degree, so. If we wanna have that conversation, I think it should be had, but I think it should be had later in our meeting.
Alright, I'll be happy to
that's-
speak about it. From the zoning administrator, it's my understanding that the board has hired, Corey Peterson to be our new zoning administrator, and he's to be again on February 10. Is there any plan for transition between, current zoning and the new zoning administrator?
Meaning, as far as,
Do you want me to just take the files to him and say, this is it, go ahead? Do you want me to tell him what variance applications are in place? Would you please give me some guidance on what the board expects?
I would hope that, oh, go ahead, Amber.
I think that when we were doing the interview, that discussion, came up or after. I think we want you to work with him and help him out. I mean, I think honestly, for Kossuth County's benefit, it would be, not good to just hand him files and say, okay, good luck. I think he is going to need assistance, and I would hope, from my perspective, that, you would be a good source, for him in getting started and getting things, knowing a process, so to speak, knowing the things that are coming down the pike, things like that. I would like to see, Doug and the Corey work together on that.
How long is it ongoing process? I mean, it's something that's in the works now.
Well, we have, two, area variances that are to be advertised this week for the Board of Adjustment to, act on. I was just visiting with an attorney about a subdivision in the rural part of Kossuth County, which is gonna be a learning experience.
For a new person or for yourself, or for all?
For a new person.
Right, I'm
I've
sure,
been through,
yeah,
I've been through
I'm sure, I think
subdivisions.
it's,
It's also gonna take a change of zoning. I don't know, does this person have any experience at all with, public meetings, open meeting laws, requirements? Does this person have any knowledge of, computers, folder structures? I've not really been given any information.
I don't know.
I
if
was not
that's-
in the interview.
Well, I guess I'll just kinda short and simplify version. I would expect a warm handoff and still having, the ability for any new person taking a position to ask questions and learn if we still have the resource in-house, so I guess I think it should be fairly simple. As far as any applicant's knowledge or abilities or any of that should not be discussed in an open meeting, unless they choose to not have a closed session. So I'm not gonna answer any of those questions, that would directly violate employees' rights. So I think if you wanna ask those questions or have that conversation outside the meeting with any one of us, feel free to ask, but that should be pretty simple to move forward.
I'm not familiar with the term warm handoff. Would you please define that a little bit?
Doug, I think it's just the hope would be that between yourself and Lisa and Luke and whoever else has been working with the zoning, that you all are gonna be working in the same building, well, within the same block, and being available for questions, or if,
Will there be any compensation for the current administrator while he is training the new administrator? We talked about this 2 years ago when we put it in the budget, what the expectation was, and I never got a straight answer. I mean, you're
Looks like
willing.
maybe the
you're
board
wi-
needs to
you're-
discuss this.
You're willing to pay a zoning administrator. You're not willing to pay the old zoning administrator.
Well, the three of you are being compensated in the meantime.
Well, that's only because there was a motion made, I think it was in November, to start compensating that, so. So is that
This
stated
might
so?
have to be a discussion that the board pursues. I mean, I don't think
I
this
mean,
is the right time for
Just
that.
give me the transition, I don't know what a warm handoff is, I don't know what my expectation is. So,
Well, let the board
Alright.
visit about it and we'll give you a definition of a warm handoff.
okay, thank you.
Okay, discussion with county auditor, which Tammy is gone. You got anything, Christie?
I have nothing. Just to remind you guys that, tonight is the public hearing for the EMA budget hearing at 6 o'clock. One thing I have.
Okay, very good. And you'll be there too.
I will be.
Okay, Howard, any committee reports or points of discussion?
No.
Okay, Amber?
No, the meeting I was supposed to attend on Monday, of course I couldn't attend, but, I do plan on, participating in the EMA thing tonight over Teams, but I haven't talked to Carissa about that yet, but that's really the only way I'm able to attend, so
Yep.
I'm hoping that's available.
She usually does have that available for all of her meetings, the Teams option, so.
Okay,
Did she use
good
Teams?
deal, but other than that, no.
I think it's Ames.
Okay.
Alright, very good. Kyle?
Yeah, I had Central Iowa Juvenile Detention Center here on Friday. We had, good discussion, a lot of things are, financials, all that sort of stuff is in good shape. We had a very lengthy conversation in closed session about the situation that I've mentioned to all of you before. We did approve that, proposed joint stipulation, which is a 60-day stay agreed to by both parties. Overwhelming support for that. I think we had 1 no vote and 2 that abstained for, not participating in the closed session. They weren't able to get attended, but, that got approved and, a lot, obviously that closed session can't discuss, but, we did the formal action after it is public and we move forward with the stay, so now it'll be, our attorney and staff and as well as myself, kind of organizing the plan and getting documents put together and, trying to see if we can come to a agreement prior to going to an actual court or trial, so. That is probably the biggest update I have for that. I don't think I have any other meetings, but
Josh? I did not have any meetings.
I've got Care Connections this afternoon, be our first in-person meeting since maybe last August, July, sometime last summer. So that'll be good over in Emmitsburg. Otherwise, yeah, nothing the past week. Met with the contractor over in Whittemore for tile project, that's about it, so. Okay, you wanna take a 5-minute break for drainage, or what do we got? Maybe let's do drainage quick and then we'll do a 5-minute break.
I texted her.
You wanna,
I'll run down and get it.
okay. I guess there's not much for drainage here.
yeah, there's,
We're not getting nothing.
There's one of the others coming, okay. Good morning, Marge. How are you? Alrighty, well, we are up to discussion decision to approve and sign the contract for DD4 lateral 40 improvement.
Yep, should be in your
Everyone's,
folder.
yeah, everyone see that in their packet folder? I'll entertain a motion to approve and sign that contract.
So moved.
Motion by Stecker, I'll second. Howard, you got a question?
Yeah, what happens to 42 and all this?
They have to fill out a form and submit
Is
it
that
to be,
happening today?
we don't have it yet, correct.
Okay, alright.
Any other questions? If not, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimous. And then we have a, or no, that was all for that. Okay. Discussion decision to approve drainage repair requests. Looks like Kyle gets a couple of them today.
Alright, yeah, number 3, is a outlet pipe that full ash backhoe service has already replaced. For Craig Nunsmeyer in grant section 27. Then, number 4 is Greenwood section 32, broken tile needs repaired. Lot 11, 15-inch tile for Keith Bernard.
Okay. Need a motion to let the supervisors handle their repair requests?
So moved. Anyway.
Motion by Whacker, second by Haas. Any discussion on that motion? If not, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimous. Anything else for Marge?
Was that pretty easy? Yeah,
Marge, anything else for us?
I'll have you sign these.
Okay.
There's those.
Yep. And, yeah,
Now, if I can get there.
otherwise, yeah, I'll sign these and we can take a
Okay.
short break. And,
About 7 minutes, be back at 9:10.
sure, be back at 9:10. Budget workshop here.
Okay, thank you, good morning.
Good morning.
So I'm assuming you all have a copy of the final one that was returned back to me by Tammy
Yes,
back on January 13th, so. I don't know what you wanna do, other than if you wanna go through it, but.
well, if
basically
you wanna
it's-
just highlight any changes
Okay.
from last year or anything that you think Howard and Amber should be aware of in the budget, good?
Okay, well, the only changes obviously would be if we potentially are looking at a 4% wage increase.
Yep,
On page 3, pages 1 and 2 are pretty much self-explanatory what the line
Yep.
items are, but on page 3, we still do not have, any word back yet from, City of Algona on the law enforcement contract, or excuse me, law enforcement center.
yep,
That's, second line item down on page 3. It's been budgeted at $172,000. When we met with them, we looked at a possible increase of the county share, at 182. That's why that number is there. I just spoke to, Chief Miller last week, and the city still hasn't got us back with the business agreement and what we're looking at there as far as cost shares and how it's gonna be split. I think they realize that we're on, you know, as you guys mentioned, we're trying to get budgets finalized here this month, or February. So hopefully we'll get something back from them, but we've got it budgeted at that. If we don't hear nothing back, then obviously it'll stay where it is. So that's, I can't give you any updates on that one, we haven't heard back from the city yet.
I wanna make sure I'm looking at, the one I'm looking at is dated the 23rd, is that correct? You mentioned the 13th.
This is, well, January 9th is when this
Okay.
was,
So I'm
generated.
looking at the 23rd, and it came,
Oh, yeah, we got the ones that came in our,
I got the 9th
Folder.
here, and I got the 23rd here.
This is the one I got back from Tammy.
The 23rd would be the most updated one.
yeah, that's in our folder.
In our folder.
So 9th on page,
That's in here.
just
The
overall.
one that's printed is the
thing.
9th. Oh, the one that's on, in the
Okay,
folder.
yeah,
so-
okay.
I just put this in.
I don't know if there's differences in them or not, but I just wanna make, I wanna be looking in the right place.
Correct.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, this is the most recent one I got back from Tammy.
okay, yeah,
I received it on the 13th, is why, I guess why I said the 13th. So that's the only, on page 3, the only one that's uncertain yet. Otherwise, looking down the sheet, I generated the 4% as under your direction for the jail staff. So you see the increase that was done there. All the FICA, IPers, and health insurance have all been updated. So now I'm gonna jump all the way up to page 5.
And you've got 4% plugged in for your sheriff's deputies too right now.
Yes, that's on page 1.
Yeah, that's what I
Four
thought.
percent was plugged in for deputies as of right now. So you see the increase there. Page 5, the only uncertainty there is line item 10205 under administration, third one down under administration. I am going to have a retirement. I don't have a specific date yet, but our office manager is retiring most likely in April, sometime in April. So I'm gonna be looking at replacing that position. And the only question or guidance that I'm gonna need from the board is I know you passed a resolution back in 2023 about wage scale changes. But the Kossuth County Sheriff's Office, office manager, office clerk, whatever you wanna call it, is not on that wage scale. So I'm gonna need some guidance on what we're gonna be able to do when it comes time to offer that position. How we're gonna, well, obviously we'll know how we're gonna advertise it with the job description, but as far as wages, I guess I'm gonna need some guidance on where that would fit under your wage scale. Since sheriff's office is not included in that, and that would be a non-bargaining position, it's office manager. Currently, right now, that position is right ballpark at 53,000. So if we advertise it, I need to kinda know what the starting wage, where we're gonna look at that. I don't think it's gonna be right to hire an office manager that's gonna make less than an office assistant. So it's something that we need to look at, because obviously we'll probably start advertising for that probably end of February, first part of March, and try to get that position filled by April. So I don't have a specific date yet, but that position is gonna be vacant this spring. So that's the only line item there that, I budgeted as if the position is staying the same, and then obviously we're gonna have to discuss what to do when it comes time to advertise that. Otherwise, unless you have some questions on here, everything else is, there was no changes, other than that $5,000 increase on the jail side. And that's on page, that's on page 4, about halfway down under adult correctional services, institutional supplies. I did increase that 5,000 just because we went over a little bit. And remember I told you that one of the things I'm gonna be looking at is gradually replacing electronic locks back in the jail. We'll try to do, I don't know, as many as we can each year, but there's close to 60 of them, but they're about $1,800 a piece. So we'll probably do 4 or 5 a year, just to keep up on that side of it. That's the only increase on the line item other than wages, is that one, otherwise everything else is the same.
Sounds good.
Unless you have any questions or,
I'm sure you covered it the last time you were here, but help me out on page 1, the 11105, where it's up 48%. I'm sure there's a reason, but.
page 1,
Ipers.
105, Ipers.
No, yeah. Why is it up 48%?
Do we have more employees this year than last?
No, that's a great question, I didn't even catch that, that's, auditor's office, Tammy did the Ipers part of it for us, so I'm not sure
There
what.
was a change in the rate, sorry to interrupt, there's a change in the rate of IPers for law enforcement.
That's right, that probably.
Oh, that's right, that's right.
Almost doubled.
Yeah, there was the new law passed on that.
50% increase, which, yeah,
Yeah,
that's probably it right there.
Sorry.
No, I'm glad you said that.
I,
Thanks,
I
Phil.
forgot all about it.
yeah, as soon as you said that, I remembered that too.
I noticed the health insurance line is up a bit there too. So we got more.
Right, depending on who-
Family or
Who took family or single or what, but.
So,
Well, let's see, the last 3 deputies we hired were all family, I'm pretty sure.
well, and the re-estimate for, well, we've got an amended, original re-estimate would be the same, but, I mean, prior to that, in 23-24, we had 280,000 budgeted, so, yeah, I would imagine that's probably your changes in.
Yeah,
Fluctuation.
that makes sense.
Demographics there.
And again, I didn't keep up on, when you were talking about the $5,000 increase, is that on page 3?
That is on
Middle of 4.
page
Yeah,
4.
For institutional
About
supply.
halfway down, 232.05. It's consistently been 40,000 and.
Alright, thank you.
We did go over last year, and most of it is because of the updates we just need to start doing on a building that's about 25 years old, some electronic locks are starting to fail.
And I remember them talking about that.
The only other issue I'm facing right now on the jail staff is, I've got 1 retirement that's been submitted and another, resignation submitted because they're moving to, a different state. So I've got 2 openings right now, and I was, absent yesterday, I had to be out of state, so I haven't been over the office yet this morning, but as of right now, I think we're not getting a lot of applications. So we'll have to see what happens on that, it's open until February 7th, we do have 2 openings back in the jail staff. Obviously, we need to have at least one of them be a female, so that we can maintain our, requirements of having a female in the building at all times. So we'll see what happens on that, we may have to extend it, if we don't get a lot of good applicants or qualified applicants, we may have to extend that. If not, obviously, we're gonna be looking at some overtime expenses if, we're not able to replace those positions right away. So if you know of someone that's looking for a job, send them my way. Love to have somebody that's bilingual, but obviously I'm really hoping for something there, but, send them our way, cause we do have 2 openings, and we'll start doing interviews after February 7th if we get some good qualified applicants. I'm still 1 deputy short, without going into details, I've got a deputy that's on medical leave, so we're still working on that issue, but otherwise, our main priority right now is replacing 2 jail staff. So hopefully we get that done. And then as I mentioned, office manager is retiring in April. I just don't have a specific date yet.
So outside of your medical issue, you're full staff for deputies, all right?
Yes,
Okay,
we're
that's-
full staff, we just have one that's
Yep.
probably gonna be out for another 3 to 4 months.
Yep, so, yeah.
Other than that, that's all I have. As far as the bargaining thing, I can't give you any information on what Carter just discussed in the meeting. I think from what I'm hearing is If they get it done in time for this year, great, if not, it'll be there for next year. So, that's about all I can tell you.
Yep,
Well,
that's fine.
Probably what we can do too.
Yeah, that's really all I can tell you on that is they're working on it, but obviously they have to wait for that appeal board to approve it. And if the guy, or the timeline doesn't match up, they'll have to wait till whatever.
Such is life, yep,
Yep.
yep. Alright,
Any questions?
Amber, anything?
No, sorry, I didn't hear you right away, yeah, no.
You're good. Thanks, Roger.
Okay, thank you.
Phil, you're up to ambulance.
Morning.
Good morning.
She does have a new one in our folder as well.
Alright. There can't be that many changes. Is there a lot of changes or no, than what was in our paper?
I was gonna talk to Tammy, these new sheets I have on the revenue side does not have my levy information on that, so I need to get that corrected.
Oh,
Doesn't have that, any of the levy stuff on the new sheet. As far as expenses go, I have a meeting scheduled for next Tuesday, the 4th, with my advisory council where we'll go through this. The big discussion is gonna be on wages, and then the other two items of be discussion is gonna be the 60,000 towards the dispatch center that we've never paid before, and then the utilities for the training complex. So that's the two big additions we have. I need to do some adjustments on some lines, so if you look on page 1, on the wages side, you know, it's showing like on the third one down, the other help is a 66.67% increase. That's not a wage increase to the staff, that's an adjustment to that line. Remember, this is our first budget year where we have actuals to go off of, so we need to make some adjustments to our lines just to, so we're not in the red every year. That line has been red every year, and it's gonna be red again this year, so we just need to make an adjustment there. On the deputies one, I'd like to, besides the 4% raise or whatever we come up with, a recommendation from the advisory council, I'd like to add a little money to that, so we have some room to possibly add one more staff member. Not that we have a ton of applicants to do that, but we're gonna have to build our EMS staff within. It's just almost impossible to hire paramedics at this time. Spencer and Pocahontas both have a $10,000 sign-on bonus, and they're not getting any applicants either. And I hate just throwing money out to hire somebody and then have them leave after they get the sign-on bonus and go somewhere else and get another sign-on bonus. We're better off to hire within. I do have a couple EMT applicants right now that are both interested in working their way up. If we hire local, we have a lot better chance of them staying local.
yeah.
I agree with that. We build them from within, they're used to our system, we can train them the way we wanna train them. If I hire an EMT right now, we're full at 9, and I only have 2 paramedics on staff. And I don't wanna tie my hands to only having the 2 paramedics if by chance I do have somebody that looks to slow down and come to rural Iowa. I don't wanna have my hands tied and not be able to hire that person if the right person comes. So that's why I haven't tried to fill that 9th spot, because I've been kinda keeping it open in hopes that we do get a paramedic applicant. But I do have 2 good EMT applicants right now that'd be great fit with our system. So I'm just kind of hovering here, how do I proceed? So I'd like to add a little money to that line so we can go from 9 to a 10. And there's some other reasons behind it too, how we staff, how we pay our staff. Eventually down the road, we're gonna have to look at evolving our schedule a little bit, just to make it more competitive and more comparative to the rest of the state. So my plan is to go over all that stuff with the advisory council next Tuesday. I know it's kinda got pushed back a little bit, but last year we started meeting in December. The advisory council came with recommendations, and things got changed here as we've changed things throughout. The advisory council got frustrated, and they're like, why are we here if
they're gonna change what we recommend anyway. So I kinda wanted to put it back a little bit, so we had some kind of groundwork from you guys, so we're not caught in that situation where we're going back and forth and, have some frustration there between the two groups, so. Next Tuesday, we're gonna meet on the 4th. I do have comparatives as far as wages go, around the area, and different stuff like that, so they'll review that. We'll look at how we wanna pay for that 60,000 towards dispatch, unless you guys are opposed to us pursuing that. I don't know if we have a lot of options, if we're gonna continue to make some changes through the dispatch center. And then the percentage of the utilities at the building will also be discussed. Other than that, our lines are pretty much consistent with last year. I don't see any big changes. We don't have a lot of extra money, you know, to begin with.
Playing catch up again, so the city of Algona wants 60,000, they haven't wanted before,
Correct.
they've never asked for before. And that's for
The
services.
the reason behind that is Algona, the ambulance service for Algona was operated under the city of Algona.
Right.
So they just absorbed the cost of those calls with Algona because the majority of the calls were within Algona city limits. Now that it's became a county entity, they want us to pay, so the city's portion is gonna take a huge decrease.
And the kind of the deeper backstory behind that is the law enforcement center for dispatch was set up as a joint operation between city and county, and their percentage of cost that was paid was based on the calls for each entity. 911 pays for the equipment, but by law they cannot pay for wages and benefits, yeah, staff costs. So that's where the staff cost was split up between the county and the city. And last year, there was a proposal or question about increasing the sheriff's percentage and adding some with EMS, but it was really late in the game, we didn't have a lot of time to make any discussion, so we kind of pushed that discussion off a year. Now, we've had more refined conversations about the numbers, and if you break it down by calls for each respective entity, that's where those numbers come from, with a prorated basis, basically. So it follows the same structure as what was originally agreed to, but it's updated for current figures, and the most recent 2080 agreement that governs the operations there is, I think, 15 years old, so it's probably something that should have been addressed over the course of time a while back, but,
My tax levy went up $40,000 from last year to this year. That's the increase I got in tax levy dollars. So the 60,000 is going to,
Cannibalize something else.
yeah.
You're paying utilities also besides the $60,000?
yeah, so year one, I didn't pay any utilities, it was all through, I don't know how it works as far as the supervisors paid the utilities because it was county-owned facility. Then they decided that means that I have my own tax levy, all of our utilities for our facility are coming out of our levy, so that started last year. And we do use that, I don't know what you guys wanna call it, I call it the training complex, because that's what we use it for, is training, the UBC building. We're in there two to three nights a week, basically 2 nights a week for sure. We use a lot for training, I do have storage in there. I have no problem paying my share of that building, it's just how we break that percentage down is.
Well, this probably isn't the place to ask the question, but, I don't know how big your trainings are and everything else, but there's a building over here that has got a room too, right, the election center, and there's that building, and I understand you're paying, but, again, this probably isn't the place, but it seemed to me like we could turn the heat down and not use one of the buildings, and,
I used to have all my meetings up there,
didn't work.
yeah, I got told I had to move out of that building.
Okay. Is there-
So, I used to have all my commission meetings up there, all my advisory council meetings up there.
Okay, something I'm not aware of, I assume, you know, to have an effective meeting, it's gotta be warm in there, and it just seems like if it's we don't need 8 meeting rooms, you know, people can share, and so then that comes down to that building, just, I don't know, is it just storage then?
This one over
No,
here.
no.
UBC
building.
No, that's, well, yeah, half of it's kinda cold storage, half of it's more
It's storage.
heated,
And what's
warm
going on,
storage, but
what's
that-
going on in the heated portion on an ongoing basis?
trainings.
I'll have training come up the 1st of February, it'll be an all-day Saturday training that we hold in there. And we use pretty much most of the heated side for the whole day, so it does get used.
So this wouldn't be adequate for that,
No.
okay? That's a good answer to the question.
So,
That's a whole county.
okay, I have a question.
Phil,
Go ahead,
When-
Amber.
When I can have time, please.
go ahead, Amber.
So Phil, where you're at right now, as far as office space, is out to the hospital,
Yes,
and you have to pay rent?
so we own the building we're in, we own that facility, it's just attached to the hospital, that's a county-owned facility.
Okay,
So we pay our own utilities at that facility.
okay, so I must have misunderstood the conversation because, why were we talking about the 3 buildings then, like the election building, the UBC building, and that building? What, is there a cost savings if you're not at the hospital?
No,
Howard, Amber, I was the one that brought up why we were having meetings, and we had meeting places, 2 different meeting places. I wanted,
Oh, yeah, I just didn't understand it. I thought maybe it had something to do with the budget, that's why I was asking the question.
no, we do not have when we did the remodel at the building out there for sleeping facilities and stuff, we did away with our conference room. So we do not have a training room or a conference room at the EMS facility. So we utilize the other building for that, for our meetings.
Oh, okay. And that makes sense, right? That's what that building's for?
Yeah, and the thermostats are, so we have class up there every Monday and Tuesday night. And the thermostats are motion sensor, so as soon as we sit down and class starts at 6 o'clock and it goes from 6 to 10, if nobody gets up and moves, it's only 62 degrees or whatever it is in that facility, because as soon as we stop moving, the thermostat shut down. And only the thermostat in the training area, there's 2 different thermostats, and the thermostat in the training area just runs that unit there, the other one doesn't kick in unless you get clear another part of the building. So I don't know how much extra heating we really incur because of the way the thermostats are set up. I'm sure there's a little bit, but I don't think it's a lot.
okay.
Any other questions for Phil on his budget?
Yeah, I have one.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
do have one. So I know, Phil, you're trying to get the advisory meeting together or whatever, excuse me. So you said that you don't wanna keep going back and forth, or your goal is to not going back and forth, but what things would we go back and forth on? Like, what other recommendations in looking at this budget, would we go back and forth on? You know, the one thing, of course, all I see really is the wages, the rest of it is kind of, you know, if you look at the history, and like you say, it's your first real solid year being able to budget. What would be some other things we'd be going back and forth on, or that we would change from the advisory council?
I don't think we will have any this year, Amber. I think, like you say, we have actual numbers and we'll have the recommendations. It just was last year that got to be frustrated with the recommendations they made and then the changes that were made in the boardroom. on both health insurance and the wages. And I don't know, I guess I can take part of the blame for maybe not communicating with them as much, but I didn't wanna have meetings with them, you know, every week after a board meeting when things were changing, and it just got to be frustrating. Where this year, we're a little bit later, I don't foresee that happening.
Yeah, and as Phil and I were talking about this a little bit, I said, probably one of the, things that could be discussed here was what information or what comparisons does this board desire or expect the advisory council to look at? Like, do you want to look at internal salaries here in the county, external ones of neighboring services, all of the above, like any sort of direction of what information you would like reviewed would potentially be helpful for that discussion, so I just kinda wanted to open the floor for that, if anyone has any thoughts or whatever, but.
What kind of wages on that line item for deputies is what wage increase is plugged in there? I know it's larger just because you said you wanna add one person, but what number is actually put in there right now? And everybody who's on that deputy line.
I went with the 4% just because that was, you know, what you guys were talking about here, so that will be, you know, relayed to the advisory council that, you know, the county's looking at 4% raise, and, they'll look at comparisons and see if, you know,
Okay.
if 4 is okay, or if they think 5, and they'll come back with a recommendation to you. You guys have the ultimate decision, based on their recommendation, but you guys have the decision. I don't see a big adjustment that needs to be made there, you know, comparing to other services around us and around the state.
Who makes up your advisory council? Not specifically names, but.
So we have 4 seats that are assigned. One is a city of Algona representative, and one's a city of Soy City representative, because we took over those 2 communities. They have a seat on there just to watch over their communities. So we have those 2 seats. We have a representative from the Board of Supervisors, and then we have a representative from the hospital. Okay?
And then 3 community
And then
members.
3 at large.
And those ones from the cities would be appointed by their city councils respectively.
And the hospital appoints theirs, and you guys appoint the supervisor.
And which, any city can nominate one, or?
No, so it's just Algona and Soy City because those are where our locations
Okay,
are.
so those extra 3 come from those cities also?
No,
No,
none of them are
I have
from,
one from the Tyke
Wow.
area, one from between Burton and Bancroft, and then
And
one from
what-
over by Fenton area. So we kind of try to split it kind of across the.
You go looking for those advisory members?
The ones we have right now have been with us since we started our community meetings to get the vote passed. So they have a lot of history, they have a lot of experience of where we came from.
Yeah, I have no problem.
I don't, we're about to, where we're gonna have to look at replacing some based on our bylaws that we set up, our seats, but right now, everybody we have has been with us since the vote came, so we have, it's nice we have that experience on the board. And a good mixture from around and
Yeah,
backgrounds.
and I mean, the one is also a volunteer on their home service and a business owner. One's
One's
a
a-
business owner.
one's a nurse.
Another one's a business owner and the other one has healthcare, experience from their profession,
then-
so we tried to get a mix.
And from the hospital, I mean, they have their choice who they have, but right now we have one of the providers is on our board.
Yep,
It's fine, just curious.
I think we have a good blend, between business and healthcare backgrounds.
yep.
Well, just referring to the, try to hire within, my personal opinion is that's the way you have to go. You're not, we have very little to attract, you know, somebody from.
Our advantage we have is we're a smaller service than the big cities,
I've heard you say
which
that
we can
before.
attract, you know, the older people, let's slow down a little bit. That's our niche.
that has happened?
No, well, we have one, I have one, yes, it's very, very good, a lot of knowledge, that they came to us for that reason.
Good, I would be surprised if that actually happened.
I'd love to find another one.
I bet. Yeah, I bet. I think that, yeah, good for you.
And right now, like I said, we have the 2 paramedics, I have one in paramedic school, she graduates, in May. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of our EMTs are in advanced EMT school right now. So, every staff member we have hired is in, besides our 2 paramedics, is in a class to advance their
I'm gonna embarrass myself, what's the hierarchy, paramedic at the top and then
Yes.
EMT?
So there's a paramedic, then there's an advanced EMT, and then there's the EMT.
Thank you.
And above paramedic, there's also critical care paramedics, that's.
That wasn't gonna muddy the water.
I kinda figured that, but on our like wage scale stuff, it does outline those steps.
Those are the 4 steps. There's actually steps below there too, that a lot of volunteer services are just a first responder. I shouldn't say just, it's a responder. And then we also have volunteers that drive for us, so there's different levels, but the 3 certifications we recognize are the EMT, the advanced, and the paramedic.
Thanks. I just wasn't sure what was the top and what was the. Can I ask? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I'm gonna be delaying you for several years.
You're just
here.
fine.
Very good.
Okay.
Any other thoughts or questions from anyone?
Well, I was gonna look at that, if I would do that later.
Nope. Amber, anything else?
No, so then we'll meet with Phil again after the advisory
Yeah,
meeting?
I'll bring back their recommendation. And we can do that.
Can I just ask for the line item for officer salaries, the 17%? Was that a number that was come up with by your advisory council to start with, or like where did that number come from?
So that's a number that was recommended last year, then was put back to a 0. And I put it back in there for a discussion item. And that's all it's at this point, is a discussion item. And, the advisory council will make a recommendation back to you guys on what they feel that number should be.
So we'll wait for their recommendation and then make a decision then. I mean,
Yeah.
it sounds like, I mean, that's kind of our
And
order.
at the end of the day, I mean,
As far as the bottom line goes, the bottom number should stay the same. All the advisory council is gonna do is move stuff within those
Yeah.
numbers, cause we have no other revenue to pull
Correct,
from.
yep.
So again, maybe we covered this and I'm not keeping up, but when I look at this paper dated the 21st, where our bottom line is 2,322, 2,322,000, and when I look at what came, you were at 2,356. So where's that 34,000 without me digging into the papers? Does anybody know the answer to that?
So that 2,322 is,
I understand where that came from.
projected expenses.
I understand, and
Okay.
and if I look at this one that I got emailed to me, I'm looking at 2,356, almost 2,357. And I just wondered what the difference is between those two. I could take the time to look, but I thought maybe somebody would know.
I think it's health insurance, Howard,
Okay,
because
alright.
we gave Tammy the go-ahead to change everybody's health insurance
Okay.
numbers.
Alright,
yeah, you're probably
So
right
that's
on that, Amber.
what I think it is.
okay.
So the revenue that I projected was 2,132. So our expenses are about $200,000 higher than our revenue, and that's because of the ambulance purchase that'll be in that fiscal year.
Yeah. Amber's right, it's,
Health
it
insurance.
is health insurance, she's correct.
Yeah.
I just didn't,
What is your fund balance still right now, or your projected fund balance for June 30th?
Current fund balance today, we're right around $1 million. Projected fund balance at the end of the fiscal year, I am projecting around 700.
Okay,
We will be pulling about 100,000 out of that for that ambulance portion into next year's budget.
Which, if you back up the clock, when we started this, we had to do a
We set aside,
internal loan to cover payroll in the beginning till the taxes came in, so to have a fund balance of this extent or any extent for that matter is a pretty good indicator. We've built a fund balance rapidly.
yeah, we worked really hard that first year to stay well under budget.
Yep.
So every year we project 150, or we put in the budget 150,000 towards vehicle replacement. And obviously we don't spend that every year because of the cost of the vehicles, so that goes into fund balance. And then what we do every year, we pay it, we pull that back out, so. Our fund balance does have that money in it that we will pull out as time comes. But this year with the ARPA money, I'm projecting we're gonna have to pull out 100,000 from the fund balance to go towards that vehicle purchase.
Which will put us in pretty good shape.
And I don't have the actuals on that, I need to get that before next Tuesday as well. If we can, if we have it.
Yeah.
Why did the amounts for like the different ambulance services go down from 10 to 5? Just curious.
I'm looking, so two reasons, one is I'm looking for a place to come up with $60,000. And talking with services around the county, I have services that are saying they don't want that $10,000 because they have, one service said, we have $300,000 in our account, what do we need $10,000 for? Well, I don't feel we should just be giving $10,000 out if they're not gonna spend it and they don't need it. So I would like
Will
to.
this affect any of them? I mean, are all of them saying they don't need it, or are we?
I have one service that has actually spent the money since we started this 2 years ago. So I don't wanna do away with it, but I'd like to say, okay, instead of having 10,000 per service, we have $40,000, like the Board of Supervisors used to give out was $40,000 to volunteer services. And then have them submit how they wanna spend it, and then we'll divvy it out from there and actually use it.
And that's one of those things we talked about, we started at 10,000 per service to kind of make it fair and even and make sure everybody was represented in that equation, but we did expect that that would be one of those conversation pieces down the road, that the structure of how that was divvied out and to the same degree even the dollars would be discussed and potentially tweaked or changed.
And that might be a number the advisory council comes back and they wanna change, I mean, there could be a possible that we have a change in there, I don't know. That's just where I kinda threw numbers at to try to make things balance out.
Okay, I was just curious, looking through that was a change, so.
Yes.
Anything else for Phil?
Nope.
No? Well, I'll just one comment, Phil, I since, well, probably in the last year and a half, I've heard from quite a number of EMS volunteers, staff, whatever, and all positive things, and people are encouraged with how the service is doing and good response from the public, so appreciate what you do and all your staff, and yeah.
We try,
Yep.
it's not perfect, but we're gaining.
Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll piggyback on that, I've had plenty of one-on-one conversations with Phil in this regard, but I mean, as anyone who's paid attention to this topic as it went through the vote till now, Brian Goodman was vocally opposed to it, writing letters in the paper and all of that, and he's communicated with me on multiple occasions that, things are running very well, there's, been some issues that previously were not addressed that have been addressed now, and the service is functioning much better than he felt it was previously. He's impressed with how things are operating and, is very supportive of it now, so to have someone that's very educated on the situation as a person that's served in that role, volunteering for decades, to be very critical of it as it was coming out and being very supportive, knowing all the information, I think that's a testament to the work that's been done, so.
You know, we were the first county in the state that made the jump and pushed it through.
After the legislation.
There was a lot of people that said we'd never get it done, we'd never accomplish it. And I get phone calls at least once a week from other counties across the state asking for advice, asking for help, asking for suggestions, so I guess we're doing something right, we're doing something positive.
And yeah, I get questions from other supervisors all the time for that stuff too, and there's a lot that are going down the same path now that we've already been down.
Yeah. And I try to give support to them if I can, but I'm not gonna take my time away to do it
Yep.
from here, but.
Well, very good,
Okay, if you think of questions, holler, or stop out.
sounds good.
Call first, though, I never know where I'm at.
Thanks, Val.
Thanks.
Okay. Self-insurance. Josh, you wanna call Doug up?
And I would guess that's mostly kind of correlated with our Walmart discussion, which won't be
Well,
till,
what time is- hold on.
closer to 11, I believe.
Yeah,
11 o'clock is the Wellmark discussion?
yes.
Yeah, that's when she was gonna be here, so.
Okay,
I mean, you can still call Doug and see if he had anything specific, otherwise we might have a little bit of a break, or we could discuss anything else budget related.
sure.
But just wanted to throw that out.
Well,
o'clock, I was thinking we get to 10:30.
Said kinda 10 to 11, whatever worked for her. And
whenever
it
she,
must have been
she's able to
11
be
based
here,
on-
yeah.
Pretty sure it's in our packet saying 11.
Well, well, what do you guys think? Give him a call and
Unless I
see,
email.
see if he's got anything
Good.
major before and,
Or we could
Once.
discuss secondary road expenses, since that was discussed earlier.
we could do that too. Well,
I think there definitely, obviously needs to be a discussion, I just, on the secondary road stuff, which I won't say too much until Doug's there, but I don't know, I mean, 1.4 million in capital projects, correct, with the TIF? And then there's $1 million in lost, and then there's the transfer.
right,
I don't know, I mean, I get a little bit worried about the numbers. And are we not doing enough?
Well,
Or are we doing enough? We just have to be critical in how we pick our projects? I mean, I don't know, like, I guess I'll say that when Doug's there, but I like to think that we need to rely on his guidance a little bit to tell us what projects are the most important for our county at this time. I don't think myself as a supervisor wants to make that determination.
which we have, because that's why he's brought us 5-year plan, that's a list of priority projects year to year.
Nobody, no,
Right.
I don't think anybody's asking the supervisors to make that determination, and I don't think Doug is saying that either. Doug just is emphasizing we're not keeping up. So then it comes down to a theory, do you wanna spend tomorrow's money today to keep up today?
the other portion of, and I think Amber kinda touched on it with her comments there, is, I mean, if you look at what we are contributing today in the proposed budget, or currently in our budget we're operating under now, that compared to 2 years, 5 years, 10 years ago, we are substantially above that, so, I mean, I understand inflation and all that, but if we're saying we don't have enough in one category, or all the categories, maybe we need to look at which categories money's being devoted to. Cause there's one in particular that comes to mind that's almost 3 times what it was 5-10 years ago in the proposal. And I
Well-
can surely outline that.
We can call, why don't you call Doug and we can have discussion?
Yeah,
and-
I think, yeah, we have a lot of questions for him, I guess, to
Hey Doug, it's Josh up here in the boardroom. I think we're gonna have a little bit of discussion about secondary roads and then we'll move into the self-insurance. So if you wanna kinda bring both of those up with you, we're ready for you, so. Alright, thanks.
And I don't know if
Wait, I
it's,
have-
you're gonna hit the rest? Okay, well,
Okay,
I can say this when Doug comes back as well, but I didn't say it when we had discussions then, but I think we should have a performance evaluation on the agenda for next week for county engineer,
we can put that on.
so.
Have to request the valuation sheets.
I don't really care if we use them or not.
So it's a possible closed session?
Yep,
Yeah.
it would be
When's Tammy back?
Tuesday.
next week, right?
Yeah, she'll be back on Tuesday.
Next Tuesday, she'll be back in the meeting here?
I believe so.
Oh, okay, and that'll be her first day back,
I think so, yeah.
gotcha.
It would be 21.5
Alright,
sub 1 sub I.
Thank you.
are you gonna be sending out the agenda this week?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just thought I'd give you a note
Yes,
of what
thank you.
section. Amber, has the Teams meeting been working good for you, in general?
Yeah, it's working good. Sometimes if you guys say something and then I gotta get to my mouse to unmute my mic, I'm keeping myself muted for the most part so you don't get to enjoy my coughing.
Yep, I know the joys of being on that side of it for sure, but just thought I'd
Yeah.
check while we had
Yeah,
some
no,
free
so
time.
I'm very thankful to have this option, and honestly, I hear you guys great, and I don't know if there's a lag time on your end or not, but,
Yeah.
for my voice, but,
So there's probably, you could figure in your head probably a 1 to 2 second delay. So when you say something, by the time it actually comes out here, there'd be a little bit of a lag time, so, and if someone in the room is talking while you're talking, it'll break up what you're saying and sometimes not even say it, so if
Yeah.
if it seems like we're talking over you, no, that's not intentional, that's
no, I
result
know,
of technology.
and that's why I feel sometimes like when I start talking, I think I'm starting at a good time, but then it appears like I'm interrupting, but I'm not trying to.
Yep, that's technology.
You're good.
for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry if you don't like the smell of peppermint.
Oh, you're just
It's like
fine.
getting a headache.
You get a
It's like
headache, yeah,
this.
yeah. It's this room,
Feels
it's
so
the
bright.
lights,
Yeah,
it's the lights. I get a headache almost on a weekly basis if I sit in here too long.
I have peppermint oil if you need it.
Okay. Yeah, Kaylee used to be a Young Living
Oh, she-
distributor, or whatever. She always has a little.
Then we're on work.
Morning again.
Hello, yes.
Okay, we were having a little discussion, just, we were debating when to discuss self-insurance, and we'll push that closer to health insurance, but we had some questions on, road department, engineering first, and we've got a little time here. Michelle is coming at 11, is that correct?
Yes.
Ish, okay. And Amber, I don't know if you wanna outline what your question was, better than I'll repeat it for you, but.
Well, I guess my question is, and I guess, are there projects that are important that need to get done that you're not going to have the funding for? And what kind of money are we talking about as far as, over and above, the transfers and the TIF? What kind of money are we talking about needing in order to, still keep good track of our roads and our bridges and all the projects that need to get done? How much more money do you think that you need?
Well, I'll get a spreadsheet put together, and, right now, for fiscal year 26, I'm using right around $80,000 per inch per mile for resurfacing. So you got about quarter of a million dollars to do a mile of a road for 3 inches of asphalt. I've looked at doing 2 inches of asphalt, which reduces it, but the life of the road is not going to be, the life of that resurfacing is not gonna be the same as if it's 3 inches. 3 inches, the roads that we've done, we've been getting 20 to 25 years worth of life out of that. So, I can certainly put together some figures for roads that were in the 5-year program. But right now, with our farm to market this year, we're gonna be spending, farm to market funds to do our resurfacing. That's nothing within the local, budget. Next year, we have the federally funded job, which is gonna be about $2.5 million. And we're gonna use we only got 1.3 million of that from federal funds, so the rest of that will be used in farm to market. I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 miles of resurfacing to go along with that Bancroft Forest City Road. That's a 9-mile project. Using the 1.4 million that's in the capital projects fund, that'll get us about, if we only do 3 miles, there's sections of roads, you can't just go and resurface and stop in the middle of a roadway. You've got to go from a beginning and an ending point, which is typically another paved road. It makes it difficult. So I'll put together a spreadsheet showing what is there and just giving you gross totals, and we can move forward from there.
Okay. Is that good with you, Amber?
Yeah, I think so. I think, it's important for us to know, what we need to do and what we're lacking in.
How much money we're exactly talking? Yep.
Yeah, for sure, just because that's why we're talking about the budget.
Right.
And we need to, make sure that we cover all of our bases on our side, and we don't want to, have departments not be able to do their job either, so.
Right.
It's pretty important.
Well, if we're $100,000 short, it's very different than being $5 million short, so that's good to know, so. as far as the secondary road budget is concerned, beyond that and other discussions we've had, is there any questions for Doug?
Do you feel the equipment purchases that you're proposing are more important than, the resurfacing and bridge projects and all the construction projects that you're talking about now?
They're both very important, and we're falling behind in both of them. If we don't have equipment to maintain roads, to remove snow, we don't provide that service in a timely manner that citizens are accustomed to. If we're unable to construct projects, we don't provide the service that citizens that are using the roads and bridges are accustomed to. So, I budgeted more in the equipment replacement than what I did in the local construction, but I thought also there was gonna be more money in the local, available for construction through this TIF. I thought there was gonna be loans.
At what point in time did the board tell you that?
I believe the board passed this resolution with the idea that they were gonna have, these are dated November 14, 2024, and September 27, 2024. These were given to the board, these were given to the public for the public, discussion on the TIFs. So I thought that that's what this TIF money was supposed to go to.
You thought all that was gonna be in this year?
No, this was over a 20-year period.
Yeah.
But there doesn't seem to be any desire right now. There's no plan for when you're gonna start utilizing this money. I mean, you brought in a financial
We did
person.
$1 million loan already, what part of that is no plan?
Okay, so which bridge do you want me to build? Do you want me to build the Michelson Marsh Bridge? That'd be about $1.4 million.
That one you specifically had direction to apply for this grant for, which you already,
The grant has not come out, the notice of funding has not come out yet. They were anticipating the notice of funding to come out. But I can certainly, that bridge is eligible, it's part of the original list of bridges to be constructed using that Buffalo Township economic development. We can wait. I would say that after this year's bridge inspections, you'll see that weight limit will go down. So people will not be able to use as much for that bridge as far as weight. We can use the funds that are in the capital projects.
I guess this is just my opinion, but I'd hate to spend $1.4 million of local funds and then find out we could have had it paid for by federal funds, so I think waiting for that grant to be decided would be valuable, but
Well,
That's just it.
that's what we talked about at the
I
time.
heard this morning that President Trump did tell every department no more funding. And there's an argument with the Senate right now and the administration whether that was actually obligated. And that has, I wanna make sure of that as well. We can wait and try to wait out everything. What you end up doing then is being reactive instead of being proactive. The Board of Supervisors has always spent money, good money on construction, making sure they had good replacements, not projects that would last 20, 25 years, but projects that would last 50, 60 years.
I believe the board is, that's kind of the whole point of going forward with the TIF thing and, we're trying to be proactive here and so we can get some of these projects, and that wasn't even an option a year ago. So I'm wondering though, as I'm looking at the budget and that I don't know what all you specifically have for new equipment and all that, but is that something you can compromise the two budgets and add a little more to one and take a little more away from the other? And
Yeah.
you'd have 500,000 more in construction, and maybe there's a piece of equipment. Wait another year to buy. I don't know, I'm just
Well,
throwing this out here.
again, we can certainly do that, but what happens is you just keep kicking that can down the road and you end up digging yourself a deeper hole that you're trying to crawl out of. When we have equipment that 2003, 2002, I think we even have a couple 2000 Sterling trucks. You know, they're 25 years old, they cost a lot to maintain. We can certainly try to keep that up, but there will be a day when that stuff breaks down. We can't get Sterling parts right now. We got one Sterling truck that we're just using as if we have to use it, we'll take parts off of it.
Yeah, then maybe this brings up a side discussion there. As far as getting parts, do you get parts, is it a place over in Clear Lake or for Sterling? Or is it just kinda wherever that you can find
I
them?
bought a hood from a guy in Colorado for a Sterling
Okay.
truck.
Well, I just know
Got
we've had this
reimbursed for
issue,
it, but
we've had this issue for a while, and I had a contractor reach out to me and made the comment that he said he's got Sterling equipment and whatever, and he's never had any trouble getting parts for things. I didn't
who
know.
was that contractor? I'd like to visit with you.
Well, I'll share that with you after, yeah, I don't know. I just was curious where you primarily were able to get parts from for those Sterlings, but kinda anywhere and everywhere at the moment.
We are, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we go to the dealers that
Sure.
have that stuff and the equipment.
When you talk about this Michelson Marsh Bridge, what year was it on the program for?
Actually, we've been trying, it has some adjacent road right of way that was enrolled in a 99 year conservation reserve, and we finally got the road right of way on that, from that USDA. So, we've been trying to replace that for about 3 or 4 years. In fact, if my memory is correct, once we had that road right away, I asked the board how they wanted to fund it. We'd always planned to use urban renewal. That was part of the Gold Eagle urban renewal. And then there was discussion and there was an amendment to that Buffalo Township Economic Development.
So, go ahead, please.
Oh, well, and I was gonna say, and then the grant opportunity came available, so we decided to pursue that, and that's just kinda where we were in a waiting period with the grant.
Yeah. I heard the same thing this morning about Trump was shutting everything down, he was blanket order, no more, no more, no more. And, you know, there was talk of, you know, people that were paid places and they don't know, you know.
Yeah.
But I assume, careful what I say, I assume there's gonna be modifications to that, but you never know, and if there isn't modifications to that, you gotta know where the money's coming from, that's for sure.
Correct, yeah, and that's where I struggle, if we're gonna dedicate $1 million of local funds over the next 5 years to construction. Can we do some projects? Yes. We will have some federal money, however, that federal dollar does not go as far as what it used to. The local dollar does not go as far as what it used to. Our farm to market money, we're spent ahead on that. And we gotta match with that federal money. I guess I should say after this construction season, will even be more spent ahead, because all of our resurfacing is farm to market this year, and federal.
Are you asking for this year's budget number for the TIF, or for the next 5 years for the TIF?
I'm working on a program for fiscal year 26, which is the accomplishment year,
Yep,
and then at 4 years after that.
well, I've never given any indication of the next years after that. I don't know if we've talked about that at all as a board, but we talked about keeping it, say, reined in to the point of a year or two's worth of revenue from the TIF is what we would borrow ahead. So I mean, we haven't even talked about borrowing for, say, 27, 28, 29, 30. I understand how your program works, but we haven't, you just said $1 million for 5 years. Yeah, I'm not talking $1 million for 5 years. I'm talking the money that's in capital improvements for this budget that we are working on right now. So the accomplishment year, that's the understanding I had of the question. I don't know what everyone else was.
And that's fine, I just will not, is the board going to continue?
If we don't continue
I
to
don't-
borrow,
it's
we
hard-
won't collect it.
It's hard to you can't put a project into a year and actually, we have everything surveyed for fiscal year 26. We have it designed for fiscal year 26. We're actually going to be doing the preliminary work for fiscal year 27 in this summer. We do that and we get it ready. For fiscal year 27, we will be letting resurfacing in March of 26. We will be letting the fiscal year 26, with our construction program, we try to make sure that we have 5 years worth of projects, we finish all the years in the accomplishment, and we just keep moving, completing things as they are. And without having a realistic commitment on local funds, it will make it difficult.
Make sure I understand, so you know what money you're gonna have to spend in fiscal 26, which starts July 1st.
Well, it's part of the budget right now that we're working on.
But that revenue, everybody's confident that's gonna be there, right? That total budget
Well,
on it?
right now, in the secondary road department, in the engineer's budget, there's $1 million of construction expected. We have a bridge that I don't know if any of that will get constructed prior to July 1, $650,000. So that's obligated.
Right.
So that leaves the $350,000 to, there's a culvert north of Lone Rock that needs to be replaced, that we have that we could put in our accomplishment year. It was actually budgeted for that, fiscal year 26.
So that'll pretty much
That was
use
in our
up,
program.
that'll pretty much use up
Right.
everything in 26.
But
You're
then,
looking for guidance, how much money you're gonna have to spend in fiscal year 27, or what are you looking for? Are you looking for more money in 26?
well, 26, there is a federal, funded resurfacing project on the Bancroft Forest City Road.
Right?
And then if we use a capital project fund, $1.4 million, that doesn't give us, I can do one of the resurfacing projects that's in fiscal 26, but I can't do all of the projects that were programmed for fiscal year 26.
And you would have us borrow more so we can do that? Is that what you're maintaining?
Yeah,
And if we don't borrow that more money, it goes back to 20, it'll go off to 27?
correct. The projects will, get another year older. In fact, For the resurfacing, we're kind of working in the central east portion, and the following year is the northeast corner. If the board were to borrow, we could put all of those projects and get them all, and have some quantity, possible, get some economics of quantity in there by having more asphalt to work on. It's possible, and most of the time when the more asphalt they can produce out of setting up the whole plant, there's a certain amount of money for that mobilization, and so if you can make that plant work for a little bit longer in Kossuth County, we'll have some economics there.
So then you're talking back all that you would talk about for fiscal year 26?
If there would be funding available, yes. And I will get some estimate of costs on those projects.
Well, I don't wanna insult anybody or anything, there also has to be some estimate of what the cost savings would be by doing more in 1 year to justify the borrowing, right?
I put 3%, I do a cost adjustment of 3%.
For inflation or for bulk discount?
No, per year, 3% per
Inflation.
year, cost of living, inflation, whatever you wanna call it.
Well, what about the bulk discount? Excuse my choice of words.
That's hard to say. I mean, I can go and look at some of our past,
But it's no guarantee of anything would happen either.
correct, yeah.
Okay.
But we get caught up. I'll also provide what year these projects were resurfaced, and, so.
Well, I'll admit, I'm conservative by design or whatever, I hate to borrow against the future to do today unless there's a good reason. And the good reason would be, possible good reasons would be bulk discount, volume discount, whatever you care to call it, and or the rate of inflation is higher than the cost of borrowing, and or, what would the other one be? I don't know, availability of contractors, but by nature, I'd be conservative, and I hate to, because certainly if we say we're gonna borrow for the next 3 years to do everything you wanna do this year, you'll be clamoring for more money next year too, telling us the same story, we're falling behind.
Well, as long as we have 500 miles of road,
Understand?
and if you get 20 miles of life out of that, or 20 years of life,
You need to do 25 miles, I'm
Okay.
okay with the math.
we have 250 bridges. I mean, it's, just look at some of
So
that
there's a
stuff.
problem out there.
Right.
We all know there's a problem, the problem is revenue is not meeting expenditures.
Correct.
What's the solution to that problem?
You either reduce your,
Either
you wanna
reduce
reduce the system to 250 miles of paved road?
I don't know.
Because-
Something's gotta give, right?
There's only one other county in the state that has more paved roads than what Kossuth County has.
That of course is not the point.
But
point is, you gotta either reduce expenditures or up revenue. Is there a way to up revenue?
Not that I'm aware, well, I mean,
I think you said it, not that anybody's aware of it.
you had a tool, the Board of Supervisors created a tool.
Right, and they're gonna use it,
Okay, that's fine.
they just can't, there's a philosophy difference that they don't wanna mortgage the future against today. The way it sounds to me, I'm making assumptions, that's kinda what I'm hearing.
Okay, so I don't know what else to do then. I mean,
You have a
we
good
just-
point, something's gonna, if
We're
we're,
just to the point where it's hard, you gotta maintain those roads too, you gotta, level and patch, and that costs money too.
absolutely.
When I got here in '86, our road system, we were doing a lot of full depth patching prior to even overlaying everything. And we got caught up. We were going out and marking full depth patches, and you go about 25 more foot, and then you start a new patch, you wondered whether you should just continue keeping on going. What I remember back in those days, it was, the road system was
Not as good as it is
in a poor
today.
situation, yeah. I mean, we did receive an award a couple of years ago for, our pavements. So,
As I sit here and, like you're saying, Howard, you think about what are the solutions as far as revenue end,
My understanding there is none, right?
unless you're gonna borrow more against the future. And that's,
And we.
or you're gonna raise taxes, which you can't do because of the levy.
Right.
Limitation, so,
it's not the levy.
or not the levy limitation, the valuation limitation.
No, the dollar limitation. You're limited to dollars.
Based on the valuations of,
No, if you took in $10 and you're only allowed 3% growth, you're, $10.30.
correct.
We're limited.
It doesn't
on-
matter what your value or levy rate is, it's the dollars.
Right,
We're
and that's
limited
because of
on,
the state,
we're
right?
limited on dollars because of state legislation, and state legislation was because of constituent concerns about property taxes
Right.
continuing to go through the roof. So, everything has a,
Cause and effect.
beginning to it.
Yep,
It's not just the state legislature's fault that their constituents are concerned about property taxes going up. They're not the only ones that are hearing that.
no,
No, and unfortunately for Kossuth County, I mean, Kossuth County has always been pretty, level on how they look at property taxes. You know, we always kept it pretty darn, minimal if there was an increase, but there again, at that time, we didn't have those limitations on us either, so you could keep the levy down because you had a little bit of growth, so you had more dollars to work with without raising the levy. But, you know, we're falling in that, category of, shoot, you know, we've done it pretty good all of these years, but now we're kinda caught in it. And that's the hand we've been dealt, so we have to figure out the best way to make sure that we are still keeping all of our services done and roads done and bridges done, whatever we can do. I'll be honest, I'm scared of borrowing money. That's a scary thing.
well, even
Is
the,
that something that has to be done this year? I mean, if we're covered for the 25-26 year, do we have to do it this year? Is this something that we just need to discuss going forward so that we know we're covered for the, 26-27 year?
I guess, in my opinion, based on the conversations we had before, I'd kinda echo what I said earlier. I would have the intention of seeing when we actually receive those dollars this fall for what was projected, making sure that that lines up with what we anticipated and have projected in the budget. And when that comes true, or when we have actuals to base a future decision off of, then we would make a decision about future borrowing going forward. And I'm very comfortable borrowing money that we expect to be paid back within 1 or 2 years. I'm not comfortable borrowing 10 years worth out of 20 years, so I guess that's my philosophy in it. I think it's a very low risk to do something that's 1 or 2 years into the future when we've got a 20-year time frame on this project, so to speak. But I think it is risky if you go substantially above that time frame. So, I mean, we're also looking at the front end of these numbers where those valuations and the dollars coming from that ramp up each year for the next 5 to 7 years. So at the same token, the number we're talking about today is going to substantially increase over the next 5 years. So it was, I mean, it's set up that way by design.
We're not
So-
getting $3 million in revenue back this year, but we
Yeah.
will in a few years, and that, you know, potential revenue,
Yep.
so that's,
So if we say we're expecting 500,000 and we receive 500,000 this year, that gives us a degree of comfort or certainty moving forward that that would be the same unless there's some state legislation change, which I think we need to keep that in consideration, that is possible at any point in time. But I don't think there would be anything substantial enough to throw off our course of operations that the state would do if we are mindful about how we do it here. So if we are only borrowing 1, 2, maybe 3 years into the future, I think the worst the state could do would be extend that time frame a little bit, if the revenue changes for some reason. But if we budget 10, 15, 20 years into the future and borrow all that money right now, and the state does something, that's when you would run into the situation, potentially, if there were changes made, that we may not be able to fulfill our obligations with just the incremental revenue, and that's not a position I wanna be put in. So, I feel pretty confident if we plan ahead and are conservative in how this tool is used, I think it'll be smooth sailing, so, I guess.
and the million is more than we originally discussed too. I mean, we were originally
It
thinking
is.
600,000, and that got raised, so that's where we're at right now. I don't know that we're reaching any answers here, but
Well, I'm not saying you should go out and borrow $50 million, but if
I know
you
you're
go
not.
and spend, if you would say that you're gonna have $3 million alone, and then you'd have $4.4 million, we could get caught up on some of our resurfacing.
and we could do that in a couple of years, when we have $3 million coming back in that year. I mean, that could be the time to catch up too. If we can maintain the status quo now and wait a
We
couple of years.
can't. If we could maintain the status quo right now, we would not have to be replacing things.
My point
'Cause
being that,
the status quo, please remember, whether you're driving a truck or whether you have a bridge, it's not forever. And,
point being, we're still replacing projects. You're still doing things year to year, we're still a little behind.
as you continue, every year you drop a little bit more behind, it takes that much longer to get caught up. Please remember that as well.
Well, I mean, we can talk about history all day long, and I'm happy to do that to some degree, but when I started on the board in January of 2019, prior to that, our budget was $600,000 for equipment. We've spent more than $600,000 per year average since I've been on the board, including
What year
this
was that?
proposal. What?
What year was that, I'm sorry?
19, 6 years ago?
I think a truck at that time cost about $100,000 in chassis.
Well, I'm saying with the
A
proposed budget,
maintainer
it's
was
triple.
about 200,000. That's not what they cost today.
I understand that, but
Well, then you gotta take that into consideration. If you only wanna spend $600,000 on equipment, that'll make it pretty easy. We'll get one maintainer, maybe we'll get a trailer. And we'll continue to have equipment that's breaking down. We don't have a lot of confidence in it. I mean, that's. That's the truth, and we'll continue to fall farther behind. I mean, I don't know if it was last year, we were talking about trying to get all of our equipment up to date. And Carter was talking about that, well, asked the question, what would it take? No one likes that answer. What would it take to get everything within a reasonable life? And I'll tell you what, if we don't address anything this year, next year it'll be more expensive.
there's also a point to operating within your means and choosing where your dollars are most efficiently spent. And I guess from a personal farming perspective, you could say look across this county, look at every farmer in the county. There's some that have brand new equipment, and there's some that have equipment that's 50 years old, that does everything they need it to. There's a wide variety,
So are you proposing that we just do not purchase any equipment? Is that what you're proposing?
I didn't say not purchase any.
Well, I don't know what is the point of saying that?
Well,
I mean, my
last
wife
year-
owns a 1937 John Deere 8. She doesn't farm with it. I haven't seen anybody go out and farm with a 1937 John Deere 8
It's also
recently.
80 years ago.
Well, your point, it runs fine. I can go out and put up a 214 plows and I can go. It isn't gonna do very many acres in a day, but it'll go. Starts every time. So, I mean, what does the board desire? Do you want to just continue to use equipment that is older? I mean, you just,
Well,
you gave the example.
I'll say.
Or do you wanna be able
one in-
to,
I'll say one-
I'll just challenge you this way, if we have equipment that is 30 years old, 40 years old, you better put in a new expectation for the people for snow.
If I had a snow blower that was 40 years old that had 300 hours of use on it, I probably wouldn't spend $400,000 to get a new one.
Okay,
That's one.
and that's fine, but then if we do have a bad snow or bad winter, and we need a snow blower, and that snow blower is broke down, and we can't find parts for it because of its age, are you willing to tell the citizens it's broke down? We're not able to go out and work.
I think if the equipment that we do have is being used to the best of its ability, I think the citizens will understand based on whatever weather event happens. I mean, there's farmers all over in the, gravel road portion and even some paved portions of this county that will be out with a tractor and snow blower, tractor and bucket, snow blower, skid loaders, whatever, moving snow just to get to their livestock or whatever else. I think we have a lot of resources out there, that will help if needed. And I think that's one example.
I think the bottom line is I don't know that this is the year to catch up, if you're looking to catch up. That's just where I'm at, I mean,
First of all, I never said we're gonna catch up in 1 year.
well, you were just talking about that though.
Yeah.
No, I said, when you don't.
You made a
don't
comment
do
that we would
enough,
be caught
You're just
up.
gonna keep on falling behind.
You made a comment if we had a certain amount of projects or whatever done in this coming year, then we'd be caught up. You just said that a few minutes ago.
I don't know if I said if I got caught up, we'd have
Okay.
2 years, we'd do 2 years.
I know sometimes the county sells a truck or other government entity, some contractor buys it and runs it for another 20, 30 years, and then a farmer buys it and runs it for around his yard for whatever. I mean, it's not that the lifespan is over, but there's a fine line there between too old and being unsafe and when it's still good to be used, but I don't know. I'm not the one to determine that line.
I don't think it has anything to do with what you said, I asked you this before I even came on the board, were revenues keeping up with expenses, and your answer to me, don't let me put words in your mouth, but no, revenues are not keeping up with expenses.
That's correct.
I think everybody can agree with that.
Yep.
So then it comes down to, what are we gonna do about it?
And I can give you examples, but I can't.
Well,
I'm not gonna go out and start taking pavement off of.
it may be time to start making noise about what's going to happen if revenues don't keep up with expenses. Educate the people
So
what's gonna happen.
whose responsibility is it to educate?
It's all of our responsibility. It's all of our responsibility. It just hasn't kept up. I mean, everybody, yes, there's farmers running with 50-year-old equipment, but everybody knows that the cost of everything is outpacing. It's just ridiculous, man. Excuse my editorial, but it's just ridiculous what the price of something with an engine has done in the past 5 years. It's just unbelievable, and revenues are not keeping up with that. And I'm not even sure if we should hope that they do keep up with it. I'm surprised that, the asphalt project only goes up 3% a year. I would guess it's going up a lot more than that.
I use 3%.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily mean that that's what's gonna.
Right, yeah, so, hey, the root of the problem is there's not enough revenue to meet the expense demand, so something has to change. If it can't be equipment, then it's gotta be roads or it's gotta be bridges. We gotta start preparing the people for that.
Well,
We're not gonna build a bridge based on what we pay, somebody, driving a truck. You're not gonna save enough money there to do it. And you're not gonna pave a mile of road based on the money you save by turning the heat down, or it's just a big discrepancy that is not being met. So something's gotta change. Expenses gotta go up, or expenses gotta go down, or not go up as much or revenue has to increase, one of the two. That's just all there is to it. I piggyback, I personally don't wanna go out and borrow 10 years out so that we can do projects in the next 2 years to make us be caught up, because then we do nothing for another 8 years and we'd be behind again. This isn't gonna change. So, I borrow money for a good reason, you know, the good reason is inflation is more than interest or there's a volume discount or something, but I don't wanna just borrow money to say, okay, we're where we need to be today. So, that's where I'm at.
Hi, Michelle.
Good morning.
Good morning. Well, do you wanna take a quick break, and then we'll get going with insurance?
Works for me.
Thanks, Bert.
How are you today? I'm good, how are you? I'm doing well, thanks. Thanks for coming up again.
You're very welcome.
Appreciate it.
Morning,
Good morning.
how's it going today?
Good, good to see you.
Do you need anything, water, cup of coffee or anything?
I have my water.
I'm gonna go grab my cup, get a cup of coffee.
Okay, perfect. Okay,
Right now, is in secondary road.
Second year roads, so
Okay.
it's a collective bargaining unit.
Okay, right, and that's that international,
Brotherhood of
Engine.
operating.
How are the restrooms downstairs?
Yes.
sure, okay, thanks.
Go downstairs and hang a right, both, go down, you have to get downstairs, then make a right. You'll see
Okay,
them.
perfect.
They're very obvious.
Thank you.
Whoa,
I thought so, but I was like,
yeah. Oh, perfect, too. Hi Kyle, Howard Hawes returning your call. I would be available tomorrow morning, Wednesday, and I believe Friday. I'm not available Thursday morning. I'm in a meeting today, a Board of Supervisors meeting today, so I probably won't be answering the phone live and in person. But I would be available on Wednesday morning and Friday morning. Thanks.
Oh, we're on break, huh?
What's that?
Oh, we're on break, huh?
I guess, yeah, I'm gonna go down to the bathroom myself.
Been drinking too much water, I guess.
Yeah, they said 10 minutes, is what they said, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't answer your, I did see you get up, I just didn't think it through.
I did not bring copies since you sent it.
I emailed everybody,
Okay,
so, and it's also in their folder, so they should have
okay,
copies of everything.
okay, I just wanted to make sure we didn't need to do any, I figured they had it since we emailed it out, but I wanted-
Josh, do you know, you think I should go down and get some copies of all this information that Michelle had emailed, or is it in the electronic folder? Is that, good enough?
Let me see what's in here. Oh,
I can sure do it.
I would say looking at it in the electronic folder should probably be good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
So I figured you guys usually have it electronically, you don't really need the paper, so I didn't bring the paper, but, I mean, I can do that from now on if you would rather have it.
Oh, I can
Okay.
print it up as well.
Okay.
Me personally, I'm fine with looking at it on the computer, but I know some people like to take notes and stuff on it, so,
Okay.
but that's.
Let me look at it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So what time do you guys start your meetings?
8 in the morning.
8? How late do they usually go?
I don't think there is the usual, but
Oh.
I'm new here.
Okay.
Some days we could have 10-minute meetings, some days we can be here till 4:30.
So it's just kinda all over the board.
I mean, it depends on the timing of the year, definitely during budget time, we're here pretty much all
Yeah.
day. But during the rest of the summer, when things, you know, we're not talking budget anymore, we're just kinda doing business as normal, we can get out of here in 30 minutes to an hour on
Right.
average.
Yeah, so I guess that I mean, just, it's cyclical.
Yeah, yep.
Did I hear that the Polk County meets only twice a month? Polk County Supervisors?
I did not know that.
I don't either, I thought I heard that, but I'm not suggesting it.
That would be surprising.
Yeah, that's what I thought too, I thought they'd have more going than,
Yeah, if you want 10-hour meetings.
yeah, I don't know, I didn't get the details.
I mean, I could see that being the only time requirement that you'd have, you know, of the time frame is claims and paying bills and stuff. But and that really depends on if they deal anything with drainage too.
Don't dig a big hole based on what I thought I heard,
Right.
and I may have heard it
Right.
wrong. There's no guarantee I heard it correctly.
That'd be really surprising because, I mean, the amount of business that you'd have to conduct and just 2 meetings a month would be.
Just kinda.
Yeah, I agree,
Yeah.
I was, like I said, so I probably heard it wrong, so, but I thought I heard that, but they had a big hullabaloo down there, here, what, a couple weeks ago or a month ago, or.
I'm like,
Right,
what's that
yeah.
done, so now, and he's like, okay, well, I'm kinda glad.
Yeah, I guess I didn't hear that. Really didn't too.
Oh, that's the, we had to put it down until we send them some.
No, I would rather have one every week to keep it shorter, that's not.
No, it's not, I mean, say I just worked out, and today's nice. Yeah, it's a good day for a drive. It's windy, but, oh well, you know, it's not gonna mess with
So
your.
there's a self-insurance tab, that's the
Don't
only
even worry about
tab.
that.
It was below it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm locking it.
I know, in fact, I also like it, my hair's as long as yours is.
I know you can see, yeah.
Trying to turn my head.
I know it always makes go in front of your face, but, yeah, it's all good.
Well, this says that they meet each Tuesday.
Okay, I must have heard it wrong.
Oh, they also meet Wednesday and Thursday mornings
It's a good drive.
to
It
discuss,
might meet 20 times a month.
yeah, to discuss the forthcoming
Sure.
on their
Here's
Tuesday
fully
agenda.
insured,
I must have heard it wrong.
Yeah,
and here's the alternate initials,
Okay,
if the board wants them, and then I got this group, I didn't staple it, but there's,
the comparison.
yeah, to compare.
If anybody wants paper copies, Doug made some.
And Lisa is printing those comparisons of health
Yeah, I
benefits.
was gonna say all the OBSs, we probably don't need.
She's doing that, she's just gonna bring them out,
Okay,
so.
you want a paper copy?
Well, it's easy to look at two at once that way, 'cause you got them.
That one? That one?
And then here's
Okay, oh,
this
you need one more
power right here,
Okay, thank you.
so.
That's what
I
you're
think
talking
that's-
about.
Yep, there we go. Okay. I can start just bringing it to us, do you think we need to?
No,
Okay.
I'll just print them prior to.
Okay,
You don't need to do that.
I can communicate very well with you on that this morning.
We communicated well. Did you email me this morning? Okay, good. I was gonna say, I haven't looked at my emails. No, everything is fine.
Nope, I left before 8. Got my rental card, got it here, so now I didn't even check my email this morning.
Nice day for a drive. Is it windy?
It is very windy, yeah. That's the worst part, but at least it's sunny and it's not 20
Right,
below.
it's not 20 below.
It's not icy.
Yeah, and it's not icy, it's not snowing, so, no, I mean, I can't complain, it's just windy, but I could use
It's more fun when it's not.
Exactly, but you know, it's January, so I'm not gonna.
We're almost through January, believe it or not.
Just say you're almost through February, to be honest.
February's a short month, Howard.
Yeah,
I
3
know,
days.
yeah. That's what everybody says, it's a short month.
I keep looking every time they come out with a 7 or 10 day forecast, there's still no snow there.
Isn't that amazing?
Well, there's somebody who was talking about that, oh, Donnie Wagner, I saw Donnie Wagner,
Yeah?
Ivy Pharmacy. I said, what are we setting ourselves up for? You know, I don't know, might be March or April, who knows?
Could be.
Or it might be next year, if you believe it, and I do, I believe things balance out.
Oh, yeah. I mean, but we don't need the extreme that we had in May, or the end of May, and,
Tell me about it, I agree,
It's the thing, let's find a happy medium.
yeah.
I agree, that's, this is kind of a 3-inch rain every 4 or 5 days, doesn't work.
Nope, no.
No, it felt
But
like
this
that.
is,
Was
that
bad.
is,
You're getting 9 inches over on the other side.
Yeah, yeah.
there isn't a lot of moisture in the half-inch of snow.
No, it is about not worth talking about. Besides that, it's all blue to the ditch anyway.
So it really didn't stay on
Didn't do
the
any
fields
good at
anyway,
all.
no.
Okay. Well, it's 11 o'clock and we can get started on discussing insurance stuff. Michelle, I'll hand it to you for, yeah, if you've got something to present.
Okay, I do, I think you have it.
Or I know you do,
online.
yeah.
Or, do you need a paper copy? We do have a few.
Do you have an extra copy? Yeah.
Yeah, we did, we have some
Yeah, we made a
paper
few
copies,
here.
they're also available in the folder.
Yep.
Meeting folder. and I emailed them.
Yeah, that's all.
Do you need,
you
good? Tammy's forwarded it to me, yep.
Okay.
Was it yesterday?
Yeah.
Kyle, you good? Okay, so the first thing actually that I wanna talk about, is last time when we talked, one of the things we talked about was where the plan is today and maybe where we should be if we're looking at a typical plan for a group your size in this industry. What is that? What does that look like? Do we need to be there before we talk about a high deductible health plan? Kind of where are we at? So I did a couple of different things that I want to talk about first. Then based on that conversation, I want to talk a little bit more about high deductible health plans. After we have this discussion, see if everybody is still on the same page or if our minds have changed or where we want to go. And then what exactly do we want to look at in a high deductible plan? Are there two options we want to look at? What are we thinking about? Then I'll get those high deductible rates. But I think we need to land on your initial plan, the current plan you have in place, and kind of where we're gonna go with that. And then what should we put beside that?
And I don't know if anyone said while I was out on break and stuff, but Amber is at home sick, but she's on electronically. So
Oh, she is?
just so
Okay.
you know if she chimes in or whatever.
Okay, perfect. Hi, Amber. She's up mute.
No pressure.
Yeah, no pressure.
I just wanted to give you a little heads up before.
Yeah, no, I
What's-
appreciate
what's
that.
going on?
It'd be the voice from somewhere, like, oh, who was that? No, that's great, thank you. Okay, so the first thing I did, and we had talked about this a little bit last time, is let's just look at what we have today, and let's look at, what does that look like if we go fully insured? So what, that way you would know exactly what your costs are every year. So what does that look like? So if you look at this group quote summary, this 2-page, the row farthest, well, it's the center row, but it says Alliance Select above it. That's the current plan that you have today.
Just for now.
So,
Yeah,
So in looking at that, if you look at what is highlighted in blue, so where it says 1,020 and 2,551, those are the fully insured rates for the plan that you have today. So your single rate would be $40 higher, family rate right at $100 higher a month. Now, what does that do? That just tells me those rates are what you would pay. There would be no variability based on claims. It is what it is. You wouldn't have any surprises. You wouldn't have to worry about, do we have, 15 people over our spec, or do we only have 4? Now again, then you don't win if you have a good year, because that's what you're paying whether you have a bad year or a good year. But I just want you to look at that option. I'm not saying go fully insured. I just want you to see what's out there, what's available. So then the Alliance Select 2 plan. That is what I would call our benchmark plan. I have groups that have plans lower than this. I have groups that have plans richer than this. But this would be the benchmark plan for your size, industry, all of the above. That plan looks like this. It has a 2,000 single deductible, 4,000 family, and I didn't differentiate between in and out of network, because your in-network, usage is 99.7%.
Yeah.
It just doesn't happen, so there's no sense in trying to penalize somebody who goes out of network because they don't. 2040, so same coinsurance level you have today, but I did put in copays. So PCP copay, so you can go to your primary care doctor for an office visit, it's $30. If you go to a non-PCP, so a specialist, chiropractor, $60. Emergency room visit, $400. Right now, there's no copay on any of those. So again, it's kind of what we talked about when we looked at what percentage of costs are your members currently paying. It was down in the 3.4%, and the benchmark is 14.3, I think. So we're well off that. How do we kind of get those members closer to that? And again, this is just what we were talking about on the benchmark plan. Nobody's saying we have to do it. It's just that's what these things are trying to do, these changes. Then if we look at out-of-pocket maximums on that plan, you currently have $1,500 for single, $3,000 for family. I looked at $4,000 for single, $8,000 for family. So that's your out-of-pocket max. So once you get your deductible and your co-insurance kicks in, that's the most you're going to pay as a single, the most you would pay as a family. I didn't change anything on the prescription drug plan. It's not really that far off of the norm. So I left that. I shouldn't say the norm, I should say like the benchmark. It's not that far off of that. So I left that as is. And again, looking at two-way rates, so if you just want to look at what you have today, which would be highlighted in green, so that would be the self-funded, and again, suggested rates, not maximum liability. So today, the single suggested rate is $9.79. With the plan changes, it would be $9.28. So it's saving you $50 for the employee and $26 for a family. The bottom line annual costs, they're predicting it will save $150,000 making those changes. So just, again, a suggestion where we're at with, a benchmark plan looking more like the plans that are out there today. That could be a viable option in which you could say, okay, we've always prided ourselves as Kossuth County on having no contribution or very low contribution. So we can keep that, but here's the plan we can afford to offer you, keeping that in place. We also need to do something with this plan, with your current plan, if we're going to put a high deductible health plan beside it. There is no reason why I, as the consumer, if my maximum out-of-pocket as a single is $1,500, that I would want to switch to a plan that has a $3,300 single deductible. I mean, there's just there is not one person that's going to do that. Because no one is going to sit down and look, and Kyle, you and I talked about this, they're just gonna look at deductibles and out-of-pocket. No one's gonna look at the fact that you're contributing to an HSA account and it's building. The consumer just doesn't see that yet because there isn't enough understanding of high deductible health plans. And it's still scary. What?
Sounded like a cough or
Was that a
sneeze
cough or a
something
sneeze?
from Amber.
Okay, just making sure.
Sorry, I thought it was muted.
That's okay.
All good, no
I
worries.
just wanted to make sure you didn't have a question. Need a little light on that thing so if she wants to speak like it.
You
Lights
could
up.
raise your hand on the Teams meeting, but I'm not
Okay,
really watching
no,
that.
that's okay. It's no big deal, I'm just kidding. So, I think, and that's why I wanted to talk today about, are you comfortable with making changes to your current plan? Because I think in order for a high deductible health plan to be successful, you're going to have to. Now, before we you know, kind of dive into what the high deductible health plan looks like, I wanted to address your question from last time, Howard. You had looked up, I think on Google or
I
wherever.
was just aware.
Yeah, yep, of the limits.
Yeah.
There, what you were looking at is a non-embedded plan. Yeah. That's why we needed to sit here and have this conversation. Not, oh, well, let me try to explain this in an email, it won't happen. Okay, there's non-embedded, but I wanted to check the limits and everything before I had this conversation, so that's why I didn't go into this last time. So there's embedded and non-embedded plans. The limits you were looking at is what we refer to as a non-embedded plan. What that means is the limit on that is $1,650 for a single and $3,300 for a family. That is only advantageous to a single person. So we do not recommend that you do that, because if I'm a single person and I take the single plan, my out-of-pocket maximum is $1,650. If I'm a family and you only offer a non-embedded plan, one person on that plan can reach the $3,300. That has to be met on a family plan before there are any benefits. On an embedded plan, the single minimum is $3,300. The family is also $3,300, but typically we double that, so we make it $6,600. What happens then on embedded is if I'm on a family plan, my out-of-pocket maximum as a single, as one person on the family plan, is $3,300, not $6,600. The whole family has to meet $6,600, but not one person can meet it. When it's non-embedded, if you're on a family plan, one person can meet that whole family max.
What's all that have to do with, whether or not you're eligible for a high deductible plan? We're talking about the $1,653,000, we're talking about what qualifies for
an
Those are the
HSA.
federal minimums.
yeah, is that both embedded and non-embedded?
The $1,650, $3,300 is for non-embedded.
Yeah,
$3,300 is embedded. Those are the federal minimums to qualify as a high deductible health plan.
and with the embedded, you're saying that, I don't know that I need to nail this down just for me, but what you just explained previously, the embedded is the one where you have to satisfy 3,300 in the family plan, each individual has to, with a maximum of 66? Or am I quoting the wrong numbers?
Yes. And non-embedded, let's use the same numbers, okay?
Okay.
Let's say 3,300, let's use round numbers. Let's use 4,000, 8,000, just
Yeah.
because that'll meet the minimum. If we use 4,000, 8,000, and I have a family non-embedded plan, and I have myself and my husband and 2 kids on there. As non-embedded, if I hit my 4,000 and nobody else has had claims, I could have claims up to 8,000 because I'm still under my deductible because it's non-embedded. So I, as one person in that plan, could hit the entire 8,000. If I'm in an embedded plan, and again, we have 4 and 8 family, and I hit 4,000, then my benefits kick in.
So non-embedded, there's no point talking about 4 and 8, it's just 8.
Yeah, unless you're a single person on a single plan,
Right.
Okay,
then it's 4.
so the difference is the non-embedded is your single or group, whatever that number is, but embedded, your individually protected, kind of.
Yes, but with a family match.
Even with a family plan, you're individually limited out.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yep, yep. So embedded in a 4-person family where you have an 8,000 max, if I hit 4,000, my husband hits 3, the most one of my kids would have to hit would be 1,000, and then the whole family has, benefits, but at the same time, if I hit my 4, in my example, then I have benefits, and it doesn't matter if anybody else has had claims.
Yeah,
That makes
that's
sense.
the non, or is that the embedded?
That's embedded.
That's embedded.
That's the embedded, okay, thank you.
Yep, yep, I know, it's,
So embedded is 4,000 and 8,000.
well, that's my example.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay,
Yep.
And non-embedded, it's 4,000 if you're single, but it's 8,000 if you're a family.
yep, one person could hit $8,000.
Is there a substantial price difference between the two? For the embedded, non-embedded?
I don't know, to be honest.
Okay.
I can quote both.
I mean, maybe it's not important information, but
I would recommend doing an embedded plan because that's what people are used to.
and it makes more sense from the standpoint of if,
Well, that way you're
This-
protected.
yeah, you kind of have smaller limits within the big limit.
Yes, yes.
If one person has a situation, whether it's whatever, planned, unplanned, whatever, if they have medical expenses and their spouse or kids or whatever don't, then their limit's actually still lower than the
Yes.
family limit,
Yes.
so.
Yeah, and, that's the way their plan works today. If I,
It'd be more of a similar comparison.
exactly,
Okay.
exactly. It would be a lot less confusing because that's the way everybody's accustomed to their insurance working today. Not just here,
Yeah.
but pretty much in the
Wow.
industry, that's what people are used to. But again, I just wanted to address why you saw different limits. Yep.
My understanding is that on a family plan, if you're embedded, you have a 4,000, 8,000 deductible.
Uh-huh.
Not talking about, or that's the maximum out of pocket, no, that's the maximum out of pocket or the deductible,
They can be the same.
okay? And on a single plan, embedded is, in this 4,000, 8,000 plan, if you're single, what's the embedded deductible? 4,000?
Four.
For a single person, yes, the most you could have is 4.
And then a non-embedded is also 4. For a single person.
Yes,
Mhm.
in my example, but those
Yeah.
aren't the,
I
those aren't the limits. Okay, I
understand
just wanted to
that,
make sure
but
we're on the same
just
page.
trying to.
Okay, nope,
So all you're talking about differences here would be if we abandoned embedded and went to non-embedded, you'd have to get used to the idea that you could have an $8,000 charge for one
Yes.
person. That's the whole difference.
yes,
If you're on a family plan.
if you're on a
Yep,
family,
yep.
yep,
And
The whole difference.
yep.
What-
On non-embedded, you're just not protected from that max.
But I feel the way you're gonna steer us, and I shouldn't jump ahead of you, but the way this whole thing is gonna then come around and say, well, there's no point in examining a high deductible plan.
No, I think you should, and I think you should offer one, but I think it should be embedded.
So the point 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, whatever it was the deductible, the high deductible, not this is the deductible. 4,000, and they're the same, it's both the deductible and the max.
It can match, they can match.
Okay, all right,
Your deductible and out-of-pocket can match,
okay.
and that's what the majority of plans do, is they match.
Your
That way-
deductible and your maximum out of pocket match? Well, I've never been on one where that's the case, but I believe you, the majority, I would have no
On
opinion on what.
a high
the majority-
deductible plan? I'm not talking on other plans, I'm talking
This
on a high
is
deductible.
all talking high deductible,
That's all talking high deductible.
all right? Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, in other plans, you're right, no, they typically don't match. But because you know, the only first dollar coverage you have in a high deductible plan is your preventive. So you
Yeah.
still have that,
Yeah.
Yep.
which is nice, I mean, it doesn't discourage people from going to the doctor, I think we might have talked about this last time, and that's important,
Yep.
I mean, we don't want that. So, you know, you can still go get, you know, your flu shot, go get your physical, go get your, you know, mammogram, whatever you need to do, I mean, that's still all covered, first dollar coverage.
No co-pays or anything with that
Right.
stuff, yeah.
But that's the only thing that the ACA allows is preventive care to have first dollar coverage. So, you know, we've had, I've been asked the question before, well, we want everybody to go to the chiropractor for free. Nope, not on a high deductible plan. The government sets the regulations and the ACA guidelines say preventive care covered at 100%, that's it. Otherwise, it doesn't qualify as a high deductible health plan. It might have high deductibles, but it doesn't qualify. Then you kind of defeat the purpose, you can't get an HSA plan, and you've undermined what you're trying to do.
And your point in these two comparables is to get us on a base plan that would be comparable, that would give a justification to explore both options,
Yeah.
basically.
Because if you stay with the plan you have today, you can offer a high deductible health plan. I don't really think anybody's gonna take it. I really don't. I mean, I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Because your plan is so rich today to meet the federal minimums on a high deductible health plan. I mean, you may have one person that sees it and says, yeah, I want money towards my HSA, but I don't know. I mean, I've been wrong before too, but just, you know, if I look at it just as a consumer, I don't know that I would. I think you need to have a comparable plan and then provide an incentive for people to take the high deductible health plan, whether that's the one that is all paid for and then you have to pay, so consider it a buy-up plan to take your current plan today. You know, that's an incentive to go, and if people want to do that, okay, you know, but they're gonna pay a little bit more. Just a thought, I mean, you guys can price things however you want, but that's definitely an incentive.
Well, and in the example I shared last year, the Algona school system kinda totals everything out the same, but then they contribute to an HSA based on the differences in premium, so I mean, we could structure that on our end either way,
Right.
hypothetically.
You said this Alliance Select Two was sort of a benchmark plan in the industry. Is that government entities buying, or is that private industry buying, or is that all over?
I looked at government entities, so I looked at
So even
cities,
within
counties.
government entities, this Alliance Select Two is more where what you say benchmark, but average would
Yeah,
fall in there.
I
too.
looked at schools, I lumped schools in here too, just
Okay.
because they're, you know, the
Yeah.
public schools
Tax
funded,
dollars.
yeah, tax dollars.
Okay.
So, and I have a lot of schools, counties and cities that I work with, so that's what I looked at.
Okay, that's fine,
Yep.
that's it's a good.
Yeah, 'cause I
it's
needed to
good
be
know,
fair.
Cause if somebody's gonna ask, you know, yeah, we compared to other, this is what it is across government agencies.
Right.
Yep. It's good to know what you're comparing to, for
Mhm.
sure.
No, so that's what I built that from. And again, if that's something that, you know, if you look at that and you say, okay, well, you know, we like that, but let's tweak this a little bit or that a little bit. We can tweak, we can change things. It's not, you have to take this plan. It's just, it's a suggested benchmark plan. It's a place for you guys to start. And again, you have to be willing to change that base plan. But I think in order for your high deductible health plan to be successful, you need to put it against something a little more comparable.
In regards to the two-way or four-way rates, I know we've talked about that a little before, and I know you said the bottom number doesn't change at all, it's
Correct.
just how they fall into categories.
Yep.
I mean, and maybe it just off the tip of your tongue, top of your head, whatever, where would you say, or like your current customer base or the people you deal with, are most on two-way or most on four-way, 50-50 split, 75-25, how do you think that breaks down on average? I mean, I'm sure there's some both ways. but-
I would say, yeah. I'd say it's a little heavier than a 50-50 split.
Towards which direction?
Four-way.
A little more on four-way than half.
Mhm. Maybe 70% four-way, maybe 65, I mean, it's over half, but I wouldn't say it's like
Not a
3-4,
ton.
no.
Okay.
But it's definitely heavier that way, and I think people do that because you, start to see, you know, two people policies and they're paying for a family. But it's, yeah, the bottom line doesn't change, it's, you know, will that,
I was just curious,
yeah. You can do three-way rates,
what options are in three ways?
you do a single plus one, and then it could just be a spouse or a child.
Okay,
So you can
so
do
you have
three-way.
single, family, and single plus one? Okay. Didn't know that.
So your plus one
They don't
could-
care if the plus one is they don't, age is not relevant to anything.
Mm-mm. Nope, it could just be a single plus
Well,
one,
other than the 26-year age
Yeah.
limit, that would be the,
yeah,
cause if your plus one is a dependent, as soon as they hit 26 or get married, they would be off your plan, but.
That's everywhere and everything.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
but actually they can stay on their plan when you're married.
Yep,
Or if you're full-time student.
Mhm.
yep.
There's always exceptions to every rule.
Everything in government,
Don't you know
there's
that?
a this
It's
plus
this way
exception.
unless,
Uh-huh.
It's not government, that's just,
That's just.
That's-
I mean, there's options.
yeah.
Either
A
way.
lot of options, yeah.
My son's still on ours and he's like, I'm staying on till I'm 26. I'm like, all right, you turn 24 this year, so you better get a plan, buddy.
Clock's ticking.
Uh-huh, uh-huh. Yeah, his open enrollment was a couple months ago and I'm like, you better get signed up for insurance, and he's like, why? I'm on yours. All right.
Cutting you off.
Yeah, I said, what if I kick you off? And he's like, would you do that?
Not yet.
Not yet, I sound tough, but I'm not that tough. Especially with the last one, you just kinda go, oh no, you can stay on. And my husband's just like, whatever. So, yeah, I mean, so you could do three-way?
Didn't know that was much.
We don't have a ton of three-way rates, but it doesn't make it wrong. It just means most people either have two or four, but three-way's not a wrong answer, and we
And
do
I-
have it.
I mean, I don't know if that's gonna be a huge impact, some it would be, some it wouldn't be, but.
You know, I don't know how many employee plus one dependent really what it comes down to, otherwise just go to four-way, you know, if you're gonna change it.
So you, when you so you can have, I heard single plus one, single plus one and family is what I heard.
Yep.
There's not single plus husband plus one. That'd be a family, right?
Then you would get into four-way rates.
Right. So-
Yes, but in three-way, that would be a family. So if you had more than two people, that would be a family plan on three-way rates.
Right.
Or even if you had 2 or 3 kids, you would be on a
Right,
family
but if
plan.
you've got a spouse that you're looking to cover and a kid, you're not
Then
three,
you're
you're
family.
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 So the three-way only applies if it's an employee plus one kid.
or a spouse.
Or a spouse, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know if we.
So I think
I don't
that's
know
why
if we
there
have
isn't a
any
lot of
big
it, it's not
benefit to that at all.
hugely advantageous, but it's out there, so I just wanted to let you know that is an option.
I would think, I keep hearing about everybody that's gonna retire, I think there'd be a lot of employees with plus one without kids.
There could be more into the future, maybe. I mean.
Yeah, I'm not
and-
aware of the age of the employees, but once you, I don't wanna make generalizations that don't apply, but once you hit 50, a lot of people are gonna, well, then there's the 26 thing, yeah, I heard you, okay.
Yeah, you have a lot of 24 and 25-year-old dependents on plans these days.
Yeah.
And I can't say anything, cause I got one of them.
Well, again, I'm not, there's no opinion attached to this, but if there was a differentiation in cost, it might make people's minds, I mean,
Right,
Yeah.
no, you're right.
Well, and
certainly applies to me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that would apply to everything with taking the health plan, whether it's a family or single, or if you got someone that's separated but has a 24-year-old kid on their plan, right now they need a family plan to do that.
Right,
I mean, so yeah, there's a lot of situations that would
Yeah.
go into that either way, I'm sure.
That's true.
But I guess as far as the two in front of us, I don't have any issues moving towards that Alliance Select as our base. Anybody else have any thoughts?
That Alliance Select
Or the Alliance
is our,
Select two?
oh, okay,
sorry.
yeah,
Alliance Select 2, I just
Yeah.
named it Alliance Select 2.
yeah. I just wanna make sure I know what you're talking
Yeah,
about, okay.
yeah,
I didn't get real creative with my.
That would be with the 2,000, 4,000, deductible and the 4,000, 8,000 out-of-pocket tax.
yeah. Which then could correlate with a high deductible plan offering,
What would we set our deductibles at for that? Cause our minimum would have to be 33,
I think I would just do the minimums,
the minimums.
I-
because
I
then
would.
your,
33 and
33.
66, right?
yeah, I would do 33 and 66, I would just
Okay.
double
Okay, I
it.
was just making sure the
Yeah,
family
that would be
was
my
covered.
recommendation, because then your deductible and out-of-pocket on your high deductible plan is less than your out-of-pocket on your Alliance Select 2.
Mhm.
So it makes more sense. If you went with a deductible out-of-pocket max for your high deductible health plan at 3,300, 6,600, and you went with the Alliance Select 2 plan, the single and family out-of-pocket are then more.
Right, right.
Or maybe I didn't say that right the first time.
I probably didn't understand.
Okay. Sometimes I'm thinking the right thing in my brain and it doesn't come out correct, so. I don't know about anybody else, but sometimes it happens.
Well, I meant to say Alliance Select 2 instead of Alliance Select that we currently have, so yeah, you're not the only one.
So I'm gonna appear slow. So you're proposing, if you went to an Alliance Select 2 plan here, you're proposing 3366 for maximum out of pocket,
That would be.
No.
For the high
so she's-
deductible health plan.
just for the high deductible.
So that would
But
be
you-
if we had two plans offered.
Yep, if you
So
offer
you
2
stick with the 4 or 8 for maximum out of pocket on the other offer?
Yep.
Okay, alright.
And we would no longer offer this current plan.
Correct.
Yep.
Amber, you following that?
I am following, I'm trying to flip back and forth between the spreadsheet and then so I can see all of you. So you guys are looking at the Alliance Select 2
Correct.
over the Alliance, and the Alliance Select is what we have now?
Yes,
Yes.
Correct.
correct?
Yep,
Except we have the self-insured portion at the bottom.
yeah, and those self-insured and fully insured rates are for both of those options
Yeah,
side by
and they're
side.
just for, like I said, they're just for comparison, I'm by no means suggesting you go back to fully insured, I just think once in a while it's good to look at where you're at.
A good reminder of why
Yep.
we do it that way.
Exactly, so that's
Well-
all that is.
And to know what, yeah, I mean, just to see what the other options are,
Yep.
doesn't hurt to have a comparison for sure.
No, I'm like, it's just information.
Mhm.
So yeah, my suggestion would be, whatever you set those limits at, do an embedded.
Mhm.
So that you protect, you know, that one person, a family plan.
Yep,
But I mean, you could set similar out-of-pocket maximums, you know, to that plan. You could lower these out-of-pocket maximums on the Alliance Select plan too. Like I said, that is not a plan that's set in stone. That's a working document. That is just a benchmark plan.
I think it makes sense to get closer towards the benchmark for all those categories.
I'm sure there'll be some employees that disagree with you.
Well, and the employees are gonna look at the deductibles.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Raised it, well, doubled the deductible last year, this would be double the deductible again.
but.
And the out-of-pocket maximum is quite an increase as well.
Correct. So,
And those are huge changes.
But our premium costs have been associated with the with the plans that we've had, so.
Right. It's just a lot of change in a short amount of time.
So if we were to look at a high deductible plan to pair with that, you already talked, you'd recommend embedded with 33 and 66.
Right, which are just the limits,
Yep.
you know, unless you
Just
do,
minimum
I mean, the legal limit for a family on an embedded plan is 3,300. So you don't have to double it. I mean, that's just typically what employers do, but you don't have to. I mean, to meet the qualifications, it's 3,300, 3,300.
Okay.
by switching all this and say, in a hypothetical scenario, do away with the current plan, go with Alliance Select 2 off, and we're saving essentially in the fund, or in the premium, I mean, each year, $150-ish thousand. Is that really what we're deciding, if that's worth the 150 to switch versus just staying with the status quo? Is that kind of
Just
where we're at,
some
or?
degree maybe, but our rates are not exactly matched up with their suggested rates.
Sure.
So,
Right, and that's always
I
up to
mean,
you guys.
Yeah,
yeah, I mean, on the annual cost projections, that's factored into everything we talked about, and that would be your 150 expected annual costs. So, to some degree, yeah.
Yeah, really, Carter, I'm making this suggestion to switch to something similar to the Alliance Select 2 plan, if you're going to offer a high deductible health plan
Yep.
beside it.
Yep.
That's really where that came from.
Right, otherwise it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Exactly, otherwise I don't think it's gonna be successful.
Sure. And that makes sense, yeah.
You answered this already, even if we went to the Alliance Select 2 without a high deductible plan, the total expense is only gonna go down $150,000. If we go to Alliance Select 2 with a high deductible plan, you don't think the bottom line is gonna change, is that correct?
I don't know.
Okay, what were you talking about where it wasn't gonna, it was gonna be the same, the bottom?
So the two-way versus four-way rates, that has the bottom line is
Yes.
the same.
Okay,
Yeah.
I
We don't,
I think based on what you quoted last year, the bottom line does change
It
for
should,
high deductible plans, so that
because
should.
people,
if people take it.
well, yeah, but if you provide that incentive, then, you know, they
Yep.
will. But, yes, in theory, that's what that does, because people are taking more responsibility for their plan. You know, and your claims should go down. Because if you put co-pays in here, you know, instead of paying $120, you know, the plan paying $120 for an office visit, the plan's gonna pay, you know,
90.
that minus 30. Yeah, I mean, it's the small steps, but it may discourage a few ER visits. If someone has a $400 copay to go to the ER versus, well, cost me the same to go to the ER as it does see my PCP, I'll just go to the ER tonight. They may think about it if they have a $400 copay.
I agree.
You know, and you could also put a caveat in there to waive the copay if they're admitted to the hospital. So that way, if it is a true emergency, someone doesn't have to pay that $400. You know, you can do something like that.
Does that change the, I guess, the premium a little bit, or have you seen any
It's not
examples
gonna be
comparison?
enough of a nudge either way to make a difference. But I think your bottom line, it could save on claims, you know what I mean? So,
I mean, if we have that as an option, I wouldn't be opposed to changing that to, waive that emergency room copay if they actually were admitted to the hospital.
let me see, cause I don't think I put that in there, but hang on, let me check real quick.
Or maybe if it's already in there now, I don't know.
That's why I brought these, hold on. No, I did not. So I mean, that's something we could definitely put in there, you know, to waive it if they're admitted. And that's up to you guys, I'm just throwing out like some options that people will do. So that way, if it is a true emergency.
Well, if you're in a car accident, and
Right.
your family takes you, or whether it's ambulance or something happens and someone does haul
Yeah.
you into the emergency room and you need urgent care, I wouldn't wanna discourage that
Right, I
from being
wouldn't
used
yeah.
for situations that it actually is necessary.
Yeah, and that's kind of, you know, why these copays start to be put into place by companies is for that reason. People are using it as their doctor's office and it kills health insurance, or it kills, you know, plans because of the expenses. So, I mean, that's something, it's not gonna change a whole lot on the rates at all. I mean, I can't tell you what it's gonna be, but it's not gonna be a big deal. My hope would be it would affect your bottom line, you know, your claims.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that in there.
Okay.
Yeah, no, did you give us information when you were here before about how many emergency room visits there were?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that should be in that executive summary. I don't remember.
This is that folder, right?
Yep. ER visits.
And I don't remember if that was a huge number or not for us. Not thinking it was.
There you go,
61.
current 61, yeah, there you go, on the same time.
What page are you on?
We're on page 18.
Well, I didn't get anywhere near that far.
Yeah.
I flipped past that one 3 times.
Yep, right in the middle of the
Oh, there it
page,
is.
utilization.
Yeah, and your utilization is actually 11% below the benchmark. But your allowed per visit increased 2.4%. Your member liability is 36% lower than the benchmark.
Yeah, so it's probably not gonna make a huge impact, but, I mean, putting that structure in place is probably not bad.
Are there any other, you talked about if you were admitted to the hospital as a differentiating, is there any other metric that you can use and literally have the doctor sign off if this is legitimate, there's nothing out there like that? In this day and
No.
age, if they're not hospital admissions, I mean, you could have you'd be in a car accident, have a broken leg, you need to go to the ER.
I know.
But, yeah,
Yeah, no, cause it's all based on CPT codes. And how that code, I know, sorry. And how that code comes in
yeah,
is how it's gonna be paid. So if it comes in as an ER hospital admit, then there's a certain CPT code for that, and so it knows, okay, let's waive that. So now I can tweak that.
Yeah,
Anything else on that plan that you want tweaked to look at? Anything higher, anything lower?
talking about the high deductible plan.
No,
No.
the Alliance Select 2 plan
Number 2,
that we're talking about going to maybe.
Yeah, I think, I'm not arguing that, I'm not saying we shouldn't, I just make sure we're in agreement that you're gonna move to that no matter what, before you discuss anything else.
yeah. Yeah, I think that's a
Give them,
good next step, yeah.
how,
Do you wanna look at four-way rates?
I don't know, would you guys like to see them even just for this, for a comparison? I mean, maybe we don't offer them this year, but it might be information in the back of our head for something to look at anytime down the road. I don't know if it'll make a huge.
Do you have anybody complaining because there's 2 people and they have to pay a family rate?
they ought to be.
Yeah, when we were talking last year, I had several that mentioned to me that the employee plus spouse as a if we went to 4-way rates, their costs would go down because,
And your family's
There.
gonna go up,
yeah, they would, yeah.
family rate will go up.
The next question I have to that is, the employee contribution to that right now, the $250 on the family. If we offer the 4-way and it's now employee and spouse, are they gonna have any employee contribution to that plan?
That's different subject.
To some degree, it's a different subject, but it depends on how we structure it. I mean, Michelle threw out earlier, if you provide the single plan and you can buy up from there, I mean, you would have your different brackets of costs, so you could correlate them back and forth with simple math, I don't know, it would be a little bit of a different subject, but that'd be up to us,
Yep.
how we structured it.
Well, and that's why I wanted to know if that's something that we're gonna have to do before we say, yeah, let's look at the 4-way.
Yeah, you don't wanna be keep doing this back and forth, 10 times, you'd like to.
Well, and that's where my thought process right now is, if we settle on this Alliance Select 2 with the one change that we talked about, seeing four-way rates as a comparison might not hurt, just so we have the information, but if we plan to not implement it right now, it would just be background information that we wouldn't have to throw in the whole ball of things that we're doing right now.
And I have to go back and get this plan changed, the one change anyway, I'll just ask them to quote two-way and four-way rates, and then you can see that, knowing that you probably won't do anything with it, but, we're not doing it on 10 plans, so if you want it for information, that's fine, I can do it on one plan.
The information would be helpful to me, but
Yep.
I wouldn't expect to change anything on that right now.
No, I can do it just for information, that's,
Okay, that'd be fun.
Okay.
just so you guys kinda have it, like you said, in the back of your mind, and then, if it's a change next year that you say, okay, we're gonna go to this, then at least you kinda know this went up 10%, and I'm throwing out numbers, I have no idea. But this went up 10% and this went up 5%, but yet this went down, 6. Yeah, your bottom line's the same, but how does it affect the members?
Yeah,
I
and
can do that.
even the conversations and numbers we had from last year help inform the conversations and discussions we're having now, so
And like I said, if you guys decide to do, a high deductible health plan offering, I am happy to come up, find me an empty office, an empty room, if this is empty, whatever. I'll sit up here for a couple of days, people can either sign up for time slots, they can stop in, I will help explain it. I don't expect to add that to your plate, I don't expect to add it to Doug's plate. Let me help you with that education, let me sit in here. I'll need all of you to encourage people to come talk to me. I'll try not to be scary that day.
you'll put a different mask on.
Yeah, I will, I'll put the smiley one on. I'll try not to have, the grouchy face that day. I'll have my coffee.
There you go.
I already had my coffee, Kyle, I'm trying to be nice today.
I was trying to give employees hope.
I know. But, I'm happy to do that for you guys. Let me help you with that education. But again, you have to encourage and you have to let people know that I'm here. And I'm here to help. I'm here for them to ask the questions, because my fear is if we have 2 or 3 meetings, they're not gonna ask questions, because first of all, people are afraid it's a dumb question. And secondly, maybe it's personal business and they don't wanna ask it in brief. So, just come talk to me.
In regards to timing, we've talked about this before, but just to confirm, we could still do a special open enrollment period and have stuff effective for like January 2026 if we had an enrollment in the fall, right? So we could still give people,
You
say,
can offer
6
it,
months
we'd wanna
for
offer it
education.
7-1.
Right, you could still offer that.
But yes.
We could do another open enrollment
Yes.
period later, okay. That's, I knew we talked about that before, but
Yep.
I wanted to confirm, because if anyone feels rushed to make that decision 7-1, they would have another opportunity to do more research, ask more questions, whatever it may be, and still make a change later if it worked for them.
Right.
The plans change on 7/1, but their deductibles are calendar year.
Yes, and that's one of the issues we talked about last year.
Is this, I'm probably gonna get glares or something from somebody, but is it out of line to ask you, you got Doug and Donna and Christie, right? Is it fair to ask them what their reaction to all this is, as employee representatives?
Well, basically, you double deductibles, the insurance does me no good. All my families, except for my labs, are all out of network. So, yeah, it wouldn't do me any good to have the insurance plan here.
Please say it again.
So besides my lab work, that's the only thing insurance really pays. If you double these deductibles, all my family's things are out of network. My daughter's in Colorado for school, so hers are all out of network. And we go to Minnesota, and none of ours are in Wilmer's
Your
So-
out-of-network coverage isn't changing.
But the deductibles,
Oh, yes, okay,
yeah.
I just wanted to make sure you
Yeah,
understand.
no, the deductibles are what would make it,
Okay.
so I had nothing covered.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, I just wanted to make sure
Yeah.
you didn't.
Yeah,
think
no, no, I
was
get
it.
that part, yeah.
Okay, okay.
and I do think the, you know, the employee plus one, I think would be beneficial for a lot of people.
I do too, but I don't know if it's at the expense of the others or not yet. I was gonna shut up, but there's always exceptions to everything. I was just wondering if there was a general rule of thumb. You know, when you're talking about employee plus one, you're talking about either, in general, somebody from 20 to 28 or somebody from 48 to 68 type of thing. That in general, in the middle, you're talking probably family. Not always, there's singles the whole way.
Yeah. And if we get those numbers to look at, we could always weigh those factors.
The premium.
And can I ask one question, because you said that deductibles were a calendar year, but in July, our deductible did double. Because I had met, at the end of June, I had just met my daughter's $1,000 deductible, or whatever it was at that time, and they doubled then. So it's July through June?
No, your deductible is calendar year, but because your plan changed,
Okay,
So did your
Okay.
deductible.
so did your deductible.
okay,
Yep. And that's what.
That'd be the case with this.
That
yeah,
would
yeah,
also
so in
happen.
July again, it would go from 2 to
1,000
4,000.
2. Yes,
Yeah.
yep.
Doug?
I don't know if the board would wanna look at, adding co-pays to what we got for existing and seeing how much that would, office visit co-pays, if you add that to our existing, it might drop it down as well. That would be less of a change per employee, and I think that would reduce costs as well. You're gonna get, I believe you're gonna have some of the same, from the secondary road department, you'll get some of the very same, reactions. And, we'll see what happens with employees.
I guess I don't know what to speak with the high deductible, cause I don't think we have enough details for that, so it's hard to compare. I mean, if you're just saying, look at that, that's gonna be a drastic change again. And the reactions will be high, no matter what. I mean, they are, and I know people don't necessarily look at that, but it has had a significant impact on employees' whole view, and I think that's why we've lost some people, and I think others are just, I know there's others truly, and I know that doesn't always alarm people, but I know there's people waiting to see what's done here and if there's going to be other decisions made, so. It's a big puzzle, piece of the puzzle. Insurance has always been one of those things. I don't know.
I think it's a big jump. I think it's a big jump. I hate to, I get it, we gotta keep costs in mind and things like that, but, had big changes last year and it wasn't super well received. And then again, huge changes again this year. I think we really leave employees wondering, why are we even staying there? I hate to, I mean, do we have to go with that much of a, raise in deductibles and out of pockets? I mean, that's, and yeah, I'd be interested in knowing the, excuse me, the copay, like if you added the copay. I think paying a little as you go is, you know, not as much as, you know, some of those big deductibles if you have some, you know, health issues. Yeah, if you don't have health issues, you're not going to use it, but, I think the big thing that our employees are looking at is, wow, they really changed that. That's a lot. It's a big difference. I think we need to take that into consideration. I think we've lost some good employees to changes, and I think we probably will lose some more due to this change if we do it. I'm gonna tell you, I'm not super in favor of doing this drastic of a change. I'm not. I've had a lot of employees that have communicated, to me, before even being elected, and now that I'm elected, they have reached out and begged, that we just don't mess with it that much this year, since it was such a huge change last year. Is that too much to ask? Do we have to do that much of a deductible change, an out-of-pocket change?
I believe, and Donna alluded to it, a lot of it's going to be how that high deductible works.
Right,
And when you speak
but
in
I
general,
thought she also said that that probably isn't even going to be that appealing to anyone. I mean, let's be real, who do you really think is gonna want that?
Well,
I could be wrong.
part of that is, and the reason for the Alliance Select 2 and the numbers Michelle put in there, she said earlier, was you have to incentivize people to make a choice between the two plans, so there has to be enough of a difference between the plans we offer that are high deductible versus not high deductible. And the HSA is a component of the high deductible option, but, I mean, to some degree, we can't even put numbers on what we could contribute to an HSA or any of those pieces of the equation until we get prices. So we're kinda looking at the front end of this as a two-part deal with offering two plans.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So if you have the HSA, and I'm already paying $250 for the family plan, will I then have to pay additional for the HSA? I don't understand how that works.
So, and this is all hypothetical to some degree, because we don't have prices for the high deductible option, but what Algona Schools and what I talked about doing last year was comparing the two for the cost of premium. So I'll use round numbers and say the premium for our Alliance Select 2 costs $1,000 a month, and the premium for the high deductible plan option costs $750. The difference of $250 per month is what we could contribute to an HSA and have the same total dollars spent between, say you choose the Alliance Select 2 and Carter chooses a high deductible plan option. Our cost as an employer would be the exact same, so we're treating everybody fair. It's just you would have the option as an employee of, do you put your money towards premium, or do you put your money towards premium plus an HSA? And you would have control of the HSA. So it's giving the employee the option to direct some of their money.
Ultimately, the goal of an HSA plan is gonna be to save the county money too. And so, I'm not gonna say what would happen in year one, I have no idea, to get people to incentivized or whatever. But in the end, you'd wanna, if you were gonna save $250, you'd only wanna contribute $100 or $150 to the HSA in order for everybody to participate in the savings.
Hypothetically, yeah.
The plan I'm on with my wife, they put $1,000 in your HSA. I can't remember what the savings are, premium wise, or, premium wise.
what, per month?
No, yeah, $1,000, period, for the year,
For a year?
for a year.
That answers.
This isn't gonna help anybody for making comparisons, but it's costing us $5,000 right now for a family plan. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna be careful, I thought maybe there was differentiation between husband, I'm not sure if there's a three-way, four-way thing going there or not, I'm not sure. But what I am sure about the 5,000, That's what we're paying now.
And that's in premium or out of pocket deductible stuff?
I don't know what the out-of-pocket deductible is, that's premium.
Okay, so that's just.
I just don't know. I know that we haven't, you know, well, I had hip surgery a couple of years ago, we certainly collected that, I'm sure. So,
Is there we keep on talking about kind of a benchmark, but to me, if you're gonna talk about high deductible, somehow you've got to have a time period that you can save for the high deductible. And as a user, I need to be able to say, I wanna have that saved in a year, in 2 years, 6 months. Is there a benchmark time period that you try to design a high deductible so that you can get your health savings
I
to a
don't-
point that you're
Yeah.
able to pay?
I don't know that the plan is designed that way, but I think from a consumer standpoint and from an employer standpoint, we try to get people, encourage people to get there in a year, year and a half. It's typically, what we say is if you get through that first year, you should have that money in there. So if you as the employer contribute $1,000 and, I as the employee, because I've saved it on premium, contribute 1,000 or 1,500, I'm about there in a year. I'm at 2,250. So.
So then, by the time you take both those factors for contributions, you're close to your deductible.
Yeah, typically, if you can get people through the first year, and that's the scary year, because you don't know. You should
Make
have
no
enough.
doubt there's a risk,
Yeah,
because
there is.
There's a risk to going to a high deductible plan, you're betting on, what your history is and what you
Yep.
perceive the future to be. And if you're wrong, you're gonna. And then you'll read financial advice that once you have an HSA, don't use it, try to pay for it out of pocket, so it's there for your. So.
Right, because it is, it's a great savings vehicle. Because unlike the FSA, it's not a use it or lose it, so if you can
Yeah.
prevent from using it, it's there for when you retire, so it's just another savings account. But yeah, it's a big change, there's no doubt about it. And no, you don't have to make any plan changes this year. It's just something we had talked about last year with the high deductible health plan.
You
And
don't
bring
have
it
to,
the
but
table again,
keep
but-
in mind that a 15% increase in the premium is a pretty hard shock to the system too, it's just a different system.
Exactly. It's,
Yeah.
Again, that's a different subject to what we're talking about here.
A little bit, but it directly correlates, if our,
Michelle has nothing to do with that statement.
no, but if the projected costs, total costs from Walmart are lowered, that directly correlates to that conversation we have about our self-insurance fund balance. So, it is different, but it's directly linked.
I'm putting dates on papers, was it 3 weeks ago you were here, or 2 weeks ago? Just two?
just two. I know it seems like forever since you got to see me, Howard, but it's just two.
Take that as far as you want to.
114. What?
You can take that as far as you want to.
I know. He's like, I don't just here again soon.
That's not true.
I always get to have fun discussions.
If you got a quote for a high deductible embedded plan that would pair well with this Alliance Select 2, is that something you'd need a week or two to get back to us on, or? is it possible to get in another week?
I can try a week, I just can't, we're so busy right now.
Okay,
But I can definitely, I mean, I'll do what I did again this time, call, but last time what happened was, I forgot we were closed on Monday, and so that didn't work. 'Cause I forgot that was Martin Luther King Jr. Day,
yeah,
Oh,
yeah, so as soon as I realized that, I called Doug and went, yeah, it's not gonna work, because I completely forgot nobody was working that day.
okay,
But no, if I call on my way home, I should be able to.
I mean, just for our, I mean, to some degree, it might not impact the budget if we're still basing our bottom dollar on all this that you already have provided, but, the sooner we can make a decision on that, the sooner we could start education, communication and all that stuff.
Okay, so for an embedded plan, what are you thinking for single and family out-of-pocket deductible limits?
I would say 3366 is where,
And I mean, if we wanted to, since you said we could set the deductibles wherever we wanted, if we wanted to set families lower at 5,000 or something and kind of bridge the gap, it would be another incentive to go to that plan, because you'd have a bigger spread between the two for family plans.
Right, I mean, we could do 3,300, 5,000,
I don't know,
I don't know that it's gonna make a huge difference in price, it's
Okay.
just more, like you said, is an incentive.
it
what
might make
sense.
it easier for some people to swallow. I don't, you guys got any thoughts? Or do you just double it like traditional?
I gotta keep up with what we're talking about, you're talking about,
high deductible.
I know, not just the high deductible plan, though, you're talking about the maximum out of pocket for both plans.
No, just talking about the max out of pocket for single and family for a high deductible option.
Just talking, so
Just
you're gonna
both.
stay at 4, okay, yeah, okay.
Do you have an opinion if you do 33 and 6 or
I guess-
somewhere lower?
I guess, we don't, it's hard to answer, but I'd rather incentivize through the contribution to the HSA.
Okay, yep,
That's just I'm not trying to rule,
That's-
that's just my opinion,
that's a fair point,
I
I
don't-
agree
I
with
don't-
that too.
I don't care, right?
I think that's a good point too.
I'm good with 33 and 66 as well.
Should we grab that quote and see what that?
yeah, why don't you? I mean, to be honest, I'm kinda on the fence about some of it, but,
Well, and the
Yeah.
thing is, you can put in that high deductible plan and leave your plan as it is today. There's nothing that says you can't.
right,
But
It's-
I
But I-
just don't know
yeah.
who's gonna take it.
yeah.
You know, so I'm not saying you can't do it, that is not why I'm here. It's more,
Just doesn't make sense.
I really don't think it's going to be successful.
Yep.
But again, I hope I'm wrong. Cause I know you guys had changes last year.
Oh, and I know we had changes last year, but we were so far off the benchmark, I think. We had to some degree, and getting closer to the benchmark now, I think is important, because otherwise we're gonna continue to be off substantially.
Okay, so then on the Alliance Select Plan 2, I will make the change where the ER copay is waived if admitted, and we'll do two-way and four-way rates, just so you have an example. That's the only one I'm gonna do them on, if that's okay.
Yeah,
That's
Okay,
fine. Yeah.
and then on the current Alliance Select Plan, did we wanna add some copays and do some things there to see what that would look like?
I don't know.
I don't know if that's gonna make enough of a difference to really,
How big a pain is it?
Tell me what you need.
What's it gonna hurt?
I think it'd be good to at least know that information, yeah.
What's it gonna
Okay.
hurt?
If we stayed with our existing plan and just had the
Right, added
copays.
some copays. So are you thinking, what are you thinking for co-pays? Doug, did you have a thought on that, since you were kinda talking
I
about
mean, just
co-pays?
what, the very same as what you called your Alliance two.
Okay, so
Yeah.
the 30, 60, 400?
Yeah, if you're gonna compare to anything, I would compare to those same
Okay.
numbers.
And then the same situation waive the 400 if admitted.
Cause
Yep, okay.
Yep.
it's really, you're looking at the difference in deductibles between the
Yeah.
two.
Yep.
And the out-of-pocket maximums.
Yeah, if you keep everything else the same, those figures should be isolated.
Okay, yep, I can do that. So we'll have three options, we'll have three things we're gonna look at. We're gonna look at the high deductible plan embedded.
Yep.
We're going to look at two-way and four-way rates on the Alliance Select 2 plan. And then we're gonna look at adding co-pays to the current plan.
Can you have them all in the same spreadsheet here, side by side?
I'll spreadsheet them out for you,
Perfect.
once I get them back.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is a great way to look at it.
Yeah,
It's
I
helpful.
like the side by side comparison there for sure.
Unfortunately, underwriting doesn't spit that out to me, but I'll put them side by side for you guys, cause I do think it's very helpful. I mean,
Yeah, it is.
I like it too. It's easier for me to look at too. I mean, I'm a very visual person. If I can, I mean, flipping through these rate pages a lot of
Yeah,
times
I
means
mean,
nothing.
I looked at that stuff briefly, but it didn't have
Yeah,
any
this
value
is
to
what,
me.
yeah,
Yep.
this is what you
Mhm.
want.
Yeah,
Nope, I'm with you, and I can spreadsheet it, that's not a problem.
yeah, if you can
Okay,
get that to us, that'd be great.
Which means hopefully I'd have them on Monday, so I could get them spreadsheeted before I can come back on Tuesday.
That'd be
So
awesome.
hopefully we can get it done in a week. I'll see how things are moving, and then I'll kinda let Doug know, yeah, we're gonna be able to hit that, or no, it's gonna be 2 weeks again. So it just,
Okay,
it's kinda out of my control, and I apologize for that, but
well, that's alright. Appreciate you
depends
doing
on
that.
what's sitting on their plates. At some point, and it'll be active at your next renewal, I'm gonna be able to sit here and do this for you.
Oh, right, you were talking about that last year.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We thought we were gonna have it this year, and
Yep.
actually, I'm on the,
yeah, you said that last year.
yeah, I know, I did. But I'm on the committee right now
Okay.
that's working on it, so we're doing it, we're trying to break it, we're asking questions. It is very complicated, so I can see why it didn't get put into place this year. Yeah, we thought we were gonna have it, and it was supposed to be, but for sure it'll be, cause I know it's going right now.
Hold you to it.
I know, go ahead. Call me a liar next year when it's still not.
well, that'd be valuable.
It would be,
If
it would
you
be-
could,
that'd be really nice,
If you
yep.
could've changed a number here and a number
Well,
there and
that's the
said,
thing,
this
if I
is what
could-
it is.
yeah.
That would've made it.
There are gonna be some benefit changes that we're not gonna be able to do yet, but, you know, just to change deductibles.
Mhm.
I mean,
Or out of
even,
pocket, or,
yeah,
Some of the
even
simpler
if,
things,
even if
yep,
you got a
yep.
close estimate, that
Yeah.
makes the, I mean,
yeah, or, you know, you get a quote just like this for the Alliance Select 2 plan, and you're like, well, what does it do if we switch the deductible to this, or the out-of-pocket to this? I'm gonna be able to sit here and do that, and we won't have to go back.
Mhm, mhm.
So, but you know, if you're like, well, we wanna change this benefit to only, you know, 10 visits in this one, we're not gonna be able to do that for a while, that's gonna have to be underwritten, but at least some of this simpler stuff,
Yep,
I should be able to do, so that'll be nice, that will, and you guys are always the one that I think about, I'm like, it would be so much easier, you know, if we weren't running back and forth, and from a timing standpoint, it helps you guys, if I could do it immediately.
yeah.
So yeah, fingers crossed.
Well, yeah, like I said, even if you had rough numbers on the spot here that we could
Yeah.
talk about, oh, that makes a big difference, or that really doesn't make much of a
Right,
difference
knowing that
at
the
all.
variance could
You
be 1% or something, yeah,
Yeah,
at
you
least.
could, you could send
yeah.
more refined numbers a week later,
Right.
and if they're within what we talked about, we
Yeah.
maintain what we talked about,
Yeah.
so.
But until then, it's
Yep.
back and forth we go. The underwriters are still in control. I think they're a little hesitant to let account managers have underwriting control, to be honest. You know, I don't really blame them.
Job security.
Yeah, they're not the ones that have to sit here in front of the client either.
Yeah.
They're like, no, and I'm like, oh, no, you guys gotta sit there and tell them no. So, no, I mean, I get it, it's kinda crossing two jobs, but yeah, and it's their job security, and they're like, well, we can't give that to them.
They make sure, I mean, they have a purpose underwriters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they don't like to take that
They don't wanna
purpose
take the
away.
blame
They don't
for
wanna give me, yeah, yeah, they get to say no, and then I get to tell people no, yeah, it's great.
Okay, I think we got a
Anything
direction for
else?
today, or?
Yeah, thanks for all that
Yeah.
information.
Thank
Okay.
you, and,
Hopefully that helped.
yep.
I don't know that it solved any problems, but
No.
Amber, did you have any other questions?
No, I don't.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Michelle. Safe travels. Any other budget workshops that we need to have today, or are we done for today?
Those are the two
If
big,
we wanted to talk
we got
about
three, the two biggest ones,
self-insurance after lunch, we could, but. if-
I gotta go to Emmitsburg at 1 o'clock for Care Connections meeting, so.
Well, and if we're gonna have more stuff either next week or in 2
Yeah,
weeks,
there's-
it's probably no point.
thanks, guys.
Yep, thanks.
Thank you.
Take care.
So I'd be good with calling right now.
Okay, well,
Howard?
Do you wanna make that as a motion?
I just got a quick question.
Sure.
When you talked about her laying it out, it was easier to see. Do you guys have a good idea of how everything is coming together as far as revenue and expenses? Is there enough information in here now to?
you can get a, you mean, you're talking overall budget, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You mean, you can get a decent picture of,
And what's it looking like?
That'd be
have
in
to
the fund balance.
open that up, that,
I'm assuming you all looked at it before. Is it looking close?
supplemental, it was up 7, or what was it up, supplemental?
General supplemental.
I need to open it all up, but.
That's not, we don't know.
That's gonna be pressed for you.
Which
It
number,
was
which
going from-
number are you talking about, Carter?
You're talking like the fund balance?
So on,
Is our revenues gonna be the same as our expenses?
Well, that I don't know, I haven't
I
had
don't
all
think
that
our
up.
fund
Yeah,
balances.
yeah,
so general supplemental ending fund balance is still trending downward, even with raising the property taxes, $250,000 roughly, a little over that.
wasn't it down like,
So 24-25 re-estimated property tax on general supplemental was 2.6 million. Property tax for 25-26 budget is almost 2.9. So there's an increase there at the same time as we drop about 300,000 in fund balance. So,
What number are you looking? She got a new, fund balance worksheet that was
this,
in our folder.
this was from 123. This is what she had in her folder.
That's not what I had, that's what was in our folder.
That one, our expenditures are about 3.5 million, and if we talk a 25% carryover, we'd be just above that right now. 4 million, 25% would be 1 million, so we're a little over 25%. So I'd say that's probably okay for now, but, that one is not limited by the state legislation, supplemental can be adjusted anywhere.
Supplemental is the one that seems a little bit low to me.
Yep.
Well,
The rest,
Pretty
I
close to
mean,
that
we can live
25.
with, I think, the general basic and the rural basic. I don't think we want to get them any lower, that's for sure, but, the supplemental one is definitely one that we should look at, but sometimes it's hard to see when, you know, you're looking at the budget worksheets and like say this department has 1,000, 2,000, and 11,000 or whatever, you know. Sometimes I think, and I don't even know what report that would be, it would be kind of nice just to see the breakdown between those funds as far as department, and if there's anything, you know, that we've changed in the past, and we kind of flip-flopped around and moved to general supplemental or moved to rural basic, if there's anything that we can do to flip-flop them back, or, but at first glance, Howard, they look okay, except for the general supplemental seems low.
Big thing, well, probably two of the bigger things that changed on supplemental were insurance. We had a couple things for insurance that were on general basic that we switched to general supplemental last year, which is a applicable use for supplemental. And then I think we also had EMA funding was in general basic previously, and I think that's on supplemental now, which is also available under that section, so.
You need to get.
I don't know if we can flip any of them back though.
Well, 'cause you gotta be there at 1:30. Oh,
I
1:30.
leave, I'll go on at 1.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
I guess it'd be easy enough to figure out, if you take the expenses, you could probably figure out pretty easily what's all in there.
Yep.
But we can go through all that with Tammy too. She's back next
Might be.
Tuesday.
Yeah, and I was trying to pull up the sheet, I got a lot of tabs open here, but, I know when I was looking at it for the examples, it showed ballpark 13-14% increase for the examples as they're structured, which 10% of that is valuation changes, but, that's something that I've also been looking at.
And with this change in insurance, it might change the supplemental a little bit. Because we'll, you know, what did we budget for premiums, is that going to go down? I guess we can't really say 100% sure until she brings it back next week, but, we were close.
Yeah, the only way that would change is if we do adjust what we contribute to our fund, so correlated things, but a little bit separate.
Well, it's not really separate. I mean, if we change what if our premiums go down, the decision needs to be made whether or not we contribute that same amount to the fund or not. So I don't think it's different.
Kyle, is this the number that we're looking at right here for expenditures on the self-insurance? Is that what we're,
Yeah.
so we got 2,968,595 in there for expenditures for our self-insurance fund, that's the 66,000 fund. And
Well, I think we can. I don't know, Howard, have you had a chance to look through some of that, or?
I've looked at it, but it comes across as a green.
Sure. It'd be good to sit down with Tammy next week and we'll talk about it more in depth and I'd kinda like to grab some lunch before sitting through a 3-hour meeting.
yeah,
So.
yeah,
Make a motion, adjourn.
I'll second.
Motion by Haas, second by Stecker to adjourn. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.